Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome as usual to an exciting tutorial. So this one we're looking at a very basic social website we're going to create, and we're going to use the MVC system that we created a few videos back. So the link will be in the description to that particular MVC framework that we created. So we're going to use it here. That way we can see how the framework can be used in action to create actual websites. Now, a social website usually has good features, so that's why I chose that. And make sure to watch the framework creation video and the update that I made to that, because I made some important updates. So watch those two videos as well. Now, if you already watched those videos, then you're ready to go here. So you should have the code for the MVC system as well. Now you can find that code on my website. The link is in the description as well. Now if for some reason you can't find the link, or the link is broken or something, just watch those videos where I create the actual framework, then you can type along. But if you want, just go to the website. This is freephptutorials.com. On the downloads page, you should be able to find the code here. I haven't uploaded it yet, but by the time you're watching this, it should be on the downloads page. The link will be in the description. And while you're at it on my website, please click a few of these ads so that I can make some revenue from this, just to help the website run itself. That way I don't have to worry about hosting and the like. Alright, so click a few ads while we're here. That will be much appreciated. And then you can download whatever files you need here. Alrighty then. So coming back here, let's see exactly what we're going to be creating. So here we have this, but let's start with a sign up so we can create a new user, and let's click there. Okay, so let's sign up as I don't know what names to use. Let's try Sam. So Sam, and then sam@email.com. Now if we try to create the account here with errors, it will show us please fix the errors, password is required, please accept the terms and conditions. Okay, so let's add a password. We'll say password, accept the terms, and let's create an account. Create. So it says profile created successfully. Now we need to log in. So let's log in as sam@email.com. If I type a wrong password for some reason, it will show me wrong email or password. Let me type the correct one, and there we go. So it takes us to the news feed. So here you can see what others have posted so far, right? But let's go to our own profile. So here, this is my profile, empty image. If I click here, this is what I see. I can simply click here to add my own profile photo. So let's see what profile photo I can add. Any of these. Now this accepts PNG, JPEGs, and WebP images. So okay, and this image is auto resized to make sure it's not too heavy for the website. Keep that in mind. And then now I can actually post something. Now if I want, I can go to profile settings and edit my email, username, and password here if I want to. But back to my profile here, I can type something and say this is my first post, and if I click post, there is my post. Now I can try a post with an image, right? So click there, try to load an image, maybe this one, and hit post. There we go. And you can see now there's the next post here. There's also pagination here, first, next. If I click next, you see no posts. First page, there are posts there. If I click on this post, I can see the full view of the image, and of course there are comments. Look at that. Now I can also edit the image. If I go post with an image that is edited, I can even replace the image here if I don't like it. Maybe let's try maybe this one. Yeah, so we save and the post has been completely changed with text and image. I can also delete the post if I want. If I click delete, it will be gone. Then I can also comment on this one. So say this is my comment, and I can click save, and there is a comment there. Look at that. Let's try another comment. You can also put images on comments as well. Let's add this one and click save. Look at that. Let's try a comment for deleting. Let's say comment for delete, and let's save that. Okay, so this one here, let's click delete. Are you sure you want to delete? Yes, of course. Delete, and there we go. Look at that, gone. If I click here, I'm on the comment view. This can take me back to the post if I want. I can click post, view post, and there it is. I can also go to the home. Now my posts are here in the timeline or the news feed. My posts are here on my own profile. Yes, I can see my own, but if I go to home, I can see everybody else's, and I can choose to comment on some of these, like maybe this one, right? I can say something like nice photo guys, and then comment over there. Look at that, there is a comment. Very nice. I can also search for users. Now let me just type M. Look at that, we have users over here. Awesomeness. You can click one of these to see what they post. Click one of those to see what they post, etc, etc. So these are the basic features that it has, right? Nothing too much. Then I can sign out here if I want, or I can search directly from there, like so. Okay, so as you can see, these are the features we're going to take a look at, and without further ado, let's begin. Alright guys, so to begin with, we're going to need some resources as always. Alright, so the first thing we're going to need, of course, is to go to the Bootstrap website, because we're going to be using Bootstrap. So once you get to the getbootstrap.com website, look at the documentation. This section is your friend, so just pass through this and check whatever you need. But what we're looking for is the examples. So if you click on the examples and the icons, that's what we want. So on the examples, just download the examples. These are already made pages with Bootstrap that you can use. There's a side menu here, cards, drop downs, and etc, etc. So posts, yep, and a dashboard as well for the admin section. And what we're interested in is the sign-in page here. That's what we use for sign up, login, sign up and login. That's what we're going to use. Really, that's what we want, actually. Nothing more. All right, and also the Bootstrap files, of course. So here what I would do is I'll grab, so once you click download there, you download that, and then of course go to the icons section. And when you get here, click on the current version here. The current version is version 10. It will take you to a GitHub repository, and then you can click on here to download it. Very small file. So once you're done with that, also make sure that you download a server in case you don't have a server yet. So if you don't have a server on your computer, download XAMPP. So download the software and install it. Then once you are done, open this control panel and then make sure Apache and MySQL are running by clicking the start button on both of them. If you're using a Mac, use mump instead. If you're using Linux, use lump instead. All right. And for those people who are having trouble with Windows installing XAMPP, try to install WAMP as well. All right, so once you have that, we have what we need here. And also we're going to need, of course, our MVC system that we created, because that's what is going to, I want to show you guys how to create websites using this MVC. So you can download this, the link is in the description. You can download this on my website, freephptutorials.com. On the download section here, you can come to this one, which has update 1, and you can click to view the download and download it. Now, of course, if you like what I do on the website, it would help me a lot if you click on some of these ads that you may like. So now, since our websites need to be in the same, in the localhost folder, in the server folder, you should go to where you installed your server. In my case, it's inside the XAMPP folder. So inside drive C, XAMPP, htdocs folder, and YouTube. So I created a folder in the htdocs folder because htdocs is where all the websites are. I created a folder called YouTube and then Simple Social in there. So that's where we are here. Now you don't need to nest your folders like this. You can just create a folder directly from htdocs and then put Simple Social. This is just for me to organize things a bit better. So here what I have is the framework we created in an earlier video. Yeah, you can click a link in the description to view that in case you were not involved in creating this MVC and you want to see how it was made. There's a video there. And then we can extract the examples and the icons. So let's just select all of these guys and extract to separate folders. So each thing goes to its own folder like that. Okay, great. Now that we've extracted all of these, I don't need these zip files anymore, so I can delete them. Yeah, let me just get rid of them. There we go. Great. Now our MVC framework, we don't need that folder either. So what I'm going to do is grab everything in here, which is app in public, cut that and put it outside the folder. So now this folder is empty, the MVC framework. I can delete that. What we really want is just app and public in here. And then these guys are our assets, right? So I'm going to cut these guys, take them to the public folder inside assets, and let's just paste them here for now. We'll move them to appropriate folders when we need to. All right. So if we get back now to Simple Social, we have app, and then we have all our core files and everything in there. Very, very good. So you also need a text editor. I'm using Sublime Text, and you can use any text editor of your choice. So here I have listed what we actually need. Now, let me copy these because I need to open a new window. So what I'll do is I'll say File, New Window. That way I can drag my folder, which is Simple Social, and add it to my new window, drag and drop it so that I see things from there. Then I can close my other window as I don't need it anymore. All right, very cool. Now I can paste that information back. So these are the main pages we're going to need. So of course we need to be able to sign up. We need a login page, a logout page, a timeline page, which will be the home page, a profile page, and of course the user needs to be able to change their settings, and then a search. But the important part of this tutorial is comments. This is the main part here because I got a request to say, how do you make comments when you have an MVC system? And of course I'll try to use Ajax where possible so that you see how to use Ajax when you have an MVC system as well. All right, so let's start making these pages. So we know every one of these pages will need a controller except comments, because comments will be right under every post. Okay, so here we will need a post page like so. All right. So on the post page, that's where comments will be. So everything else will need a controller. So let's get right ahead and create each controller for each of these pages. So here in the MVC system, I'm just going to go to app, and in here we have controllers. So currently we just have the home controller that loads the home page and the 404 for page not found. So let's load these guys in our browser. So if I go to the browser now, say localhost MVC, I want to change this to the new thing that we've created. So here it's in YouTube. So keep in mind that when you type localhost here / this takes you to the htdocs folder. So up to this point, we are on the htdocs folder in drive C, and then here we put / and then we put whatever folder that we created in the htdocs folder here on this side. So ours is in YouTube / simple social, like so. So if I open that, I have a public folder there. So I'll click the public folder, and then I have the homepage view, which means everything is good. Now, don't worry about these folder names here that are quite long, because all of these are just for you to use on the local machine. When you move this to your website, you won't have to put /public or anything like that. This up to the public folder will represent your actual base folder on the live server. So for example, if your website is facebook.com, when you type facebook.com, without putting public there, it will take you right to the public folder and it will load just like this. So because I say this because I see a lot of comments, how do I remove the public folder from the URL? It's a waste of time. So you don't need to do that. When you move your website to the online version, you won't have that problem. Anyway, so we have our home page. So let's create some other pages. Now, as you know, we just need to create controllers in order to facilitate that. So I'm just going to copy everything from the home controller because that's our template, and I will create a controller for each one of these pages. So that's why it's important to plan in advance what pages you're going to need, because you save a lot of time by creating them in bulk. So here I'm going to right click on controller, new, and paste. Okay, so I know I'm going to need how many? Let's see, 1, 2, 3 controllers. Home controller already exists, so it's 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So I need 7 of these guys. So I've already made one of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, great. This one has the data. Let's paste in every one of these to speed things up. Like this. I think I added one extra, but we'll see. Okay, so with this one, let's just choose one that we want and name it that. So in this case, this will be the view file as well. So here I'm just going to say sign up. That's what I'll call it, sign up. And then change this one because this one should be capitalized as sign up, like so. And that's it. So this one is the sign up controller. So I can copy that part, save this as signup.php. Boom. Okay, so we are done with the sign up controller. Next, let's do the login controller. So I'll select this one and do login, and then change that as well to login. Okay, just like that, we have a login controller. Let's save it as login.php. Save. Awesomeness. Let's go to another one, and this one can be the logout controller. So I'll type logout and then change this one to logout. Now a logout page does not have a view, so let's remove that. No view for you. And let's say logout.php, because all it does is log out and redirect the user, and that's it. So from there we have the post. This one represents a single post class. So on the post page we have post like that, and I can copy that, save, hit post.php, save that, and we're good to go. Here we're going to have, let me see here, we have profile and user settings. Let's try the search first. So let's do search. That's for the search page, and let's put search right there, and let's save this guy. Copy, save, paste.php, save. Very good. And here we have profile. Yes, that is the profile, like that. And let's type profile. and I will copy that so I don't have to type. Save paste.php, save. Very cool. What else remains? User settings. So now we cannot put compound names like this in the controller. We can just type user settings like this. Okay, we cannot put dash like so, but you can use an underscore. Now if you do this, actually you can do this. If you type this in the controller, it will work just fine. So you can do this if you want, but instead what I'll do, I'll just say settings like that to be the settings page. So I'll copy this and just say settings. I would only say user settings if they're also post settings or some other kind of settings, but there's only going to be one, so it's fine to just call it settings. Okay, so let me close that, and then we have this. Very cool. Now we don't need this anymore because now we know what we actually need. If there's a missing page, we can always fix that. Alrighty then, so great. Now we have all these pages, but we also need view pages for them. So let's go to the view side instead. So we have the home view here, which is the one that shows home page view, as you can see in our website right there. But let's make others. So we don't need to put any content in them yet, but we can just create them here. So I'm going to right click on views a couple of times. So 6 to be precise, and then save these guys as views. So I'm just going to save this one as login. Now a view file should have .view.php at the end. So what I'm going to do is just copy .view.php so I don't have to type it all the time. So save that, and I can close it. Let me save this one. This one will be signup, and then paste that .view.php. Great. And let's do that for, let me just close this, it's disturbing me. Let me save that. We don't need a logout one, so let's do post.view.php, close. And let's save this one as settings.view.php, save. And what else? Profile.view.php, good. And what remains? I think that's about it, because we have the sign up, we have the login, post. We don't need the logout, so this profile, the search is missing. So let's put that one there, search.view.php, and save. Very cool. So now we have all these files that we need, which means now if we go to our page and I can say something like /post, and it will actually load, even though it won't load anything. I can go to the profile and load, and it will show. But for now, I want us to be able to sign up. So I'll just do sign up like that, /signup, and there it is. So what I type here should be exactly the same name as the controller we've created. So if I type a controller name that does not exist, it would tell me page not found controller or something. So you can, if you want here, instead of page not found controller, actually we can load. I don't know why we left it at this. What I can do is just grab this view, go to the 404 and paste that instead and put 404 here. This is what I was supposed to do. So I'll save that. And if I refresh now, it's a view not, wait, view not found? Where is the 404 view? There it is. So what is going on? Interesting. View not found. This is not view file not found. What is going on? Let's see. If I type the home view and come here, do I see it? Yeah, I do. Okay, so something weird going on here. It's saying the view file cannot be found. Now, if that happens, just go to the, we needed to have fixed this. Let's go to the main controller because it's the one that has the view function here. So let's see what file it's trying to find, because if the file does not exist, then it goes the other way. So name views name.php. So all I'm going to do is echo this file name. I want to see what it's trying to retrieve. So if I refresh, this is what it's trying to get, views 404.view.php. That file actually exists. So what is going on? This is, right, okay, my bad. So there's no error there. It's just that that's what's written. It's supposed to have page not found. Right. It's insane. So you can decorate this 404 page to suit what you want instead of just that. So I'll leave that up to you. Now the rest of this, so we now need to go to the signup controller and fix that. So let me go to signup page here. Let's do /signup and begin. Very cool. So for now it's empty, but we have our example files. Now if I go to the same example files in YouTube social public, we put them in assets, right? And there are examples in there. So I'll open that. Now if I go to the sign in folder and I open that page like so, this is what I get. Pretty cool, pretty standard. So let's get this and put it on our sign up page as the view file. So what I will do is grab it from here and drag and drop it. Now first thing is we need the CSS file, right? Because it comes with this same file. So what I'll do first is I will drag and drop the HTML file in here so I can copy its contents. Then I will copy the signin.css file back to my public assets and inside the CSS and paste it there. Okay, very good. So that's the only dependency to that file. So great. Now if I come back here, I can grab everything from here, copy, and then close that HTML and go to my actual view that I've created, which is the sign up view. This will be exactly the same as the login page. So I'll just paste in the login page in advance and save it, and then go to the sign up and paste to save that as well. Okay, so we are on the sign up page. Let's remove what we don't need. We don't need this author thing. You can put the description you need. Now remember that we have a in the config file, we do have the app description and app name. So here, let's change these. This is in the config file. Let's change that to my social website. So you can name this whatever you want. That's your website title. Best social websites on the planet. So there we go. So we have an app description and name. So these are the things you can actually use here. So for description here, what the content is, just put your PHP tags there and echo and say app underscore description like that. Now, if you happen to see that it doesn't show this as real PHP, that's because Sublime Text has not recognized this as a PHP file. So just go down to the bottom right and click and select the language and say PHP. Just put PHP there, and there we go. So at least we have the content there. Then we also need a title. So sign in, and then I think let me change this to sign up. Let me put a dash, or you can leave this dot there. That's fine. Instead of Bootstrap, let's paste our dynamic data instead and change this to app name like so. Okay, and save. We don't need oh wait, we do need Bootstrap. No, we don't need this one. So remove that, move this in a little bit so it matches with that. So this is the part now where we have to add the bootstrap.min.css file. Now this file is contained in the assets dist css of the folder where we found this template. So if we go back here to our assets and Bootstrap examples. If we go here, there is an assets folder here. So if I click on that, there's dist and then there's CSS, and we're going to need the files in here. So I'll just copy them in advance. Actually, the thing is, we'll need both the JS because there's a few JS files here. We'll need them for the other pages. So I'm just going to grab them in advance just in case, you know, and I'll take them to the assets folder and just paste to replace the folders here. So now in the CSS, we have that sign in and the other CSS files plus the JavaScript in there. So that's pretty cool. So if I come back to my actual sign up view page, now I have to reference correctly that bootstrap.min.css file. So we moved it to our asset file, but here we always need to put root to everything we are linking, whether it's images or CSS files. Always put root at the beginning and then the path of the file. So root, assets, right? And then we go to CSS and then bootstrap.min.css. So let's save that. Good. And come down here, there's a custom CSS file, which we moved earlier, if you remember. So also this one is in the root/assets folder /css/signin.css. All right. So now if I go back to my page on the sign up page and I refresh, this is what I see. So this shows me that something is missing still. So probably the bootstrap file. Let me look for that bootstrap file in public, assets, and let's see here. CSS, there's bootstrap.min.css. Now, a way to know what file is missing is by right-clicking and view page source. Then just click on any CSS file like this one. If you find it says page not found, then it means it couldn't find that file. So that's the file missing. What about this one? If I click on this one, I also see page not found. So things are not good here. Why are we having this problem? Okay, so there's a simple reason here, which I forgot, that you should never forget either. So if we go to the config file, there's a part here where we set the root path. So it's set to MVC public, which is incorrect. So for us, we are on localhost. This is the base root path. So I can copy it up to public without the ending slash there. Copy that, come back here and paste it here. Okay, so there we go. This is our base folder. So that's important in the config file in the core folder. Okay, so let's come back, and now if I refresh, the paths are correct and it links properly. Here, there's just a Bootstrap logo, but you can add any logo that you want. Now, speaking of which, we should put icons probably if you want the icons to show or you want to use icons. So if I go to Bootstrap icons, we did load these icons. And so if you come down here and search, say person, it will show you all the icons that are available for this. So for a user sign up, I don't know which one looks cool. Maybe this one. We'll say person circle. That's the name of the icon. Now the icon is here. There's a link to an SVG file. But instead of this image, what I'll do is we'll add an icon instead. So I'm just going to say add an I tag like so, and then put a class. Now these are Bootstrap icons, so it's BI and then BI plus that name we saw, which is person circle, like that. All right, now width and the height, we could, I don't know if these are useful at all. Class, maybe the MB4 here we can copy, put it here, just leave a space there. The rest we just need to remove and save. But if I come back, I don't see anything. That's because we didn't put the Bootstrap icons file here, so we should put it here. So I'm going to shift duplicate, and we're going to put a file in the same folder where we have this called bootstrap icons.css. That's what we're going to put. So let's put that. I'm going to go back to my assets folder where we have this folder we extracted for icons. I'll open it. I don't need any of this. What I really need is the fonts folder. So I'll grab this fonts folder and take it wherever I will put my CSS file, which is inside CSS. So I'll put the fonts folder there. Okay, great. And go back again to the icons folder. Now this time what I want, instead of all these SVGs, I want a CSS file. So I'll just search for CSS there. And there's one file called bootstrap icons CSS. So I'll copy this file, go back and back to the assets folder, and inside my CSS I will paste it. So just make sure that the bootstrap icons CSS file is in the same folder as these fonts here, these bootstrap fonts, otherwise the icons won't show. So if we do that now, since we've included it already in this, if I refresh, I should see an icon there, and it's there for real, but it's too small. So let me give it an H1 tag to give me the H1 font size. So I'll refresh, and there we go. So looking great. We've done all of this. Very nice. Now that we've moved our icons, we don't actually need the icons folder anymore, this bootstrap icon. So we can delete this entire folder like so. As soon as we use all the examples, we're going to delete that one as well. But for now, we need it. So let's make sure that we can actually post something in this form. We can do that by adding a method which says post. Okay. And then what else? Sign in doesn't need remember me. Maybe we can just say accept terms like that. We'll call this one a value of 1, but the name will be terms and conditions. We just shortcut it to terms. And then this one is sign up. Or let's just say create account. That's better. Like so. And so we need to name these things. So the input here and the input there need a name. So name there, the first one is email, and this one is password. Okay, very good. So we need an email, we need a password, but we need a username as well, a display name. So here we can just say, I don't know, it's up to you what you want to call these things. I can say username and put username here as well. Okay, great. And placeholder should have username as well. All right, so you can put as many inputs as you want. So let me come back here and let's refresh. So you say we have a username, email address, and a password we can actually use. Then we need to accept the terms in order to create the account. Once you create the account, it takes you to, you can choose where you want this to go. Personally, I like to take it to the login page so they can test their login one more time. So that's what we will be doing. Now, let's see, please enter your details to sign up like that. Okay, great. All right, so now that we have this, things are good. We have everything we need. Now, instead of repeating ourselves in here in the login page, I'm just going to copy everything from the sign up and paste in here. So here, all we need, we don't need the username. We just need the email. Please log in. Right, then here down here, instead of create account, this is going to be login. Instead of accept terms, this can be remember me, but I won't code for this one anyway, so because it would take too much time. So we'll just ignore this. We'll leave it here for now. Yeah, we'll call it remember. So email and password and what else? Everything else remains the same. So if I now come back here, usually it's a good idea to put a question here. Let's say login. Don't have an account yet, login here. So what I can do is duplicate this, and then instead I'll put a question mark, don't have an account, then you say sign up here. So on the here, on this one, we put an A tag, right? Okay, so this one takes us to the sign up page. Now always, every link you must remember to put root at the beginning and then slash the page. So sign up like so. So S there, sign up. All right, so let me see how this looks on the, please enter your details to sign up. Where? I'm looking for the login page. Hey, wrong spelling. Right, so please log in. Don't have an account yet, sign up here. So if I click, it takes me to the sign up page. So on the sign up, this is too long. It's just to enter your details. Okay, and then I will copy this part. Don't have an account yet, and put it right above this. Oh, maybe after. I don't know. So design is up to you really. So here we say already have an account, and then we say login here. So move that to the login page, change that to login, say login over here. So simple. Enter your details. Already have an account. Well, it's leaving too much space at the top. What to do? We'll say margin bottom 3 maybe, so it leaves a margin at the bottom here, some space. So click login, click sign up. All right, very cool. But we need to start with sign up first, so that's what we're going to do. Alrighty. So maybe you may not want to show this. You may want to show the what name is this? The name of your application. So you can still do app name right there, like so. And here, let's put sign up just like that. This one should be smaller at least. Let's put H2 like so. So let's see. My social website, sign up. Great. Now there's margin bottom 3, which is a bit much. Let me put 1, 2 there, just so they are not so far apart. Okay, let's go to the login. Please log in. You may want to do exactly the same thing here. So copy, and let's put this right there. And yep, should do. Let's just reduce this to H2, and we are home and dry. Okay, so that's enough for the very good. So let's do some actual signing up. Now, in order to sign up, of course, we need a database because we need to store that information. So let's create a database. Okay, so we're going to type in our browser here, we're going to type localhost/phpMyAdmin. Okay, so you should see this once you do that. And then to create a new database, we click new. Now we can create a database using code and never have to come here. The only problem is when you are doing this on an online server, you can't use code to create a database. You have to physically use phpMyAdmin. So that's why I'm doing this. But that's all we're going to do. The tables and everything else we're going to create using code. So I'll click new here and just create a new database. So I'm going to call it simplesocial_db. So you can call this anything you want, just don't put spaces there. So let's hit create. So our database name is now Simple Social. So we need to go to the config file to set that up. So here, instead of my DB, let's put simple social underscore DB and then localhost root. If you're using mump, the password is also root. Otherwise, it's an empty one in XAMPP. Yep. And this section here is where you add when you take your database to your online server. So this one should be online server database config. This one is for localhost database config. So just keep that in mind. So I did this so that when you bring your database back, your website for fixing back to your localhost, it will automatically use this instead of that. And then don't forget, here you put your link to your website here once you put it online, and put your database connection stuff here. All right, great. And then of course, when you go to your online section, you have to change this to false, right? False, like that, so that it does not display errors. Okay, because if you leave it at true, it will display errors online, so which is not very good. All right, so once we have this, we are good to go. Now, the first thing we need, since we have a database now, is to create our tables. First of all, we need the users table. So it's very important to know what you're going to need. What columns will you need? We'll need an ID column always. So ID column, we have a username there, but of course, let's put username, yes. And then we'll have an email. We'll need a password column. We'll also need a date to know when the user created this account. And we're going to need, what we need. This sounds about right. Now, if you have user rows like who's the admin, etc., which we're not going to do here, you could put a row column there so that you put the name or the row title. But I think this is it. Email, password, date, username. Great. So let's do that. I'm going to grab these, copy them, and let's go to our models. Now, remember that models are what connect the user, the website to the database. So we have two models in here. This one is for resizing our images, which we will need. This one is just to connect to the database. Now remember, this is in the model namespace, so keep that in mind when instancing it. So here we'll put the allowed columns. So let me just put all the columns that we need here, minus the ID, of course. So there's email, there's password. Let's just add the ones that are missing. There's date, and then there's username. That's about it. Very cool. Now we will need an image, I think. So let me just put that in there. Great. Out. So this one is all the columns that we should allow the user or the software to edit, or allow this model to be able to edit. So all of these are editable ones. The ID is not here because we're not editing the IDs at all. Any unique identifiers shouldn't be in there. So we have the validate thing here that validates things. So it does validate the email, but not so much the username. So the username shouldn't be empty. So I'm going to duplicate this and change email to username. So if there's no username, we say username, we just say a username is required. Great. Then we don't want the username to have special characters. If you don't want that, you can say if not preg match. Let's put a preg match there. We'll put a pattern, but we are going to grab this, put it here. So if it doesn't match this pattern here, we'll say username is invalid, or we'll just say username can only have letters, no, without numbers or spaces. You can say that with no spaces. So if you want spaces, just put a space in there and it will allow spaces. For now, we just want to tell it to allow A to Z and capital A to capital Z. That's it. But if you want it to allow spaces as well, put a space there. But let's put a caret here to say check from the beginning to the end, which with a $sign, and then we put the plus to say any number of characters. All right, that's about it. And then finally here, I want us to create another function, a public one as well, because we'll access it from the outside. So this one is public function. Now you can set it so that automatically when somebody instantiates this class, it checks to see if our table exists, okay? And then if it doesn't, it can run this function automatically, right? But that's a little beyond the scope of this video, but I'm just letting you know that you can do that. So let's say create table. So we're going to call the function create table. Now we'll have this function in every single model that we make. So create table, and we're just going to run a query here. Let's just say query is equal to, and let's create our query. So the query will be something like create table, very simple, but we should tell it to check if the table does not exist. So if not exists, users. So this is the name of the table. We only added this so that it checks if the table does not exist first, otherwise it will cause an error. But it's perfectly normal to write like this, create table users. This is normal as well. And then in brackets, you give the names of the columns that you want to create, right? So let's do this. And in here, we want the column named ID. So don't leave spaces with your column names. Put underscore if you want a space. So ID will be an integer and it will be the primary key. And we also want it to auto increment itself. So we'll do that. Put a comma. So that's one column done. Now you can call it unsigned if you want, like that. Unsigned just means only positive values, so I guess that makes sense. If you leave it signed, then it will have both negative and positive. I hope that's correct, or maybe I've done the opposite. I don't know, but I think that's that. Then the next one is username. Username will be a variable character, 30 characters. Let's put it at 50. And we shouldn't allow this to be a no value, to be empty, that is. So the next two are similar. This one is email. The only difference is the length. Not now. This one is password. This one, let's give it a leverage of 255. And what else? Date. This one will be date time. If you don't want it to show the time as well, just put date like that as a type. Date time. And if you want it to set the date automatically when a record is entered, you say default value like that, default, and then you say current timestamp, I think. Yeah, something like so. So that would be its default value. The only problem, the reason I don't like doing this is when you edit this, it's going to update this as well. So every time you edit, every time you update, the date changes. So I don't like that. So what I'll do is I'll just tell it to allow no values like that, so that in case we don't put anything, it should be like that. Then since we're going to be using the usernames to search for people, and we're going to use the email as well to search for people and logging in, we must add keys. It's not a must, but it's better to add keys to this. If you're going to be searching by date, you can add a key there as well. So just say key. Just like we added a primary key here, we're adding keys here to just make the search faster. Now, keys make the search faster, but once you delete some records, it slows down your system. But because that's if you delete a lot of records, like thousands. Otherwise, it's good. But because people spend more time reading from your website than writing or updating, it's okay. So that's fine, because just refreshing the page is reading. So we say key username. That's the name of our key. And then in brackets, we put the name of the column that we are referencing. So it's like that. So duplicate. I'm just naming the keys with the same name as the column name, just to avoid confusion. You can add one more for the date if you'll be searching by date as well. So let's remove the final comma there and save. So this is our query. So if I copy this query right now and paste it inside my PHP My Admin, you see we are on the Simple Social DB right here. If I go to the SQL part and paste this, I can actually run this and it will create a table. Now it's telling me there are problems here. So let's see what's going on. It says comma or closing bracket was expected. Really? But why? Interesting. Good. It's saying unsigned, a comma was expected. Okay, so maybe unsigned was supposed to be somewhere here. Maybe there. Let's try that. Yeah, I think unsigned should be there instead. Okay, so let's test it again. Click go, and there we go. So it did create a table. So as you can see, if I click here, I will see our users table right there. Okay, cool. Now we don't want to do it this way, so we want to use our code. So this is fine here, but just so you guys can learn, I will drop this one, drop that table, come back here. So we've seen our mistake here. The unsigned should be right after int. All right, otherwise everything else is great. So that's how you can test your queries. Then here, all we need to do is just say this query, and then we run that query like so, and that's it. All right, so very good, very good, very good. So we can do this query because we're saying this represents this class file right now. And this class file has a function called query. Now you can't see it here because it's in this. When we say use model, it means we are using the model parent, which is inside core right there. And this is the class that actually has the query function, which is actually no. Model also imports database, and database is what actually has the query function, which is right there. That's the function we're running. But because we're importing and importing, we can use all these functions in one class here. So that's why that can actually work. All right, so all we need to do is run this function and we'll create our table. So keep in mind that I have removed that table. No tables found. So now what we'll do is let's go back to our sign up controller right there. Now keep in mind that the reason we have controllers and views as separate files is that we want to keep all the logic within our controllers. We don't want any heavy logic in the view files because we want to be able to easily change the look of our website without dealing with too much PHP. So that's why they are separate like this. So keep that in mind. So every time you do something complex in the view file, you find yourself putting a lot of PHP code, move it to the controller section instead. So right about here, that's why we want to run our thing from here. So I'm going to say user is equal to new user class, like so. You can put those two brackets if you want, like that, and then we're going to say user, and then run that create table function. Okay, so simply by doing this, we are instantiating our class and then running that function. So just by refreshing the page, we're going to create a table. Now this won't work. It will tell you couldn't find this because the user model, if you recall, is in the model namespace. So we have to tell it that. So we can tell it that by saying use model over here slash user, like that. In fact, I need to put a slash here as well. So once we do that, then this will work just fine. Or if you don't want to put the use at the top here, you can just put that directly there, like so, and remove this. So it's up to you what you want to do. The advantage of doing it this way is that in case you had many of these to instantiate that are in the model, in case you're instantiating this several times, you save on code because you won't have to repeat this. You just put it there once and then you can use like this. So let's try it like this first. And then let's try to refresh our page. So if we don't get any errors, then we are good to go. So I'll refresh the page. Ooh, look at that. So models PDO. Huh, that is very strange. Saying failed to open stream on line 9 init. Okay, so the init is the... We don't even have pdo.php. What's going on here? This is very strange. Oh, right. You know, this is one thing I forgot when updating this. I have to keep this in mind. You see, it's looking for the PDO class inside... yeah, okay, I understand what's going on. So let's go to the core. We'll have to fix this in the original. You see right here, we have con is equal to new PDO. This is in the database class in the core. Now the problem is we are in the model namespace. So because we changed the namespace here and say we are in the model namespace. So it's looking for PDO in the model namespace. So to tell it that PDO is not in any namespace, let's put a slash at the beginning of it like that to show that it's in the base namespace. So I'll save this and this should work this time. So refresh. Oh no, where else is it failing? Okay, so let's follow the stack here. Before we get to init, there's this user model line 84. So that's where the problem could be. So let's go to user line 84. Now these lines are just here where we're trying to run that. So that doesn't give us much information. So let's go to the next one, that the create table. We go up. So it's in database line 26. That should be the cause. So let's go database line 26, which is right here. Okay, so it's because we are referencing PDO here again. So my bad. Let's do that. And we are referencing it here as well. Let's do that. I think that settles it. Okay, very cool. So that should solve our problems. And there we go. So problemo solved. So now if I refresh on the here, I see that table is created again. Now if I refresh one more time, I won't cause any error because it checks if the table exists, and it does exist, so it doesn't try to create a new one. So this is good. Now we only need to run this once because the table is created, so let's remove it. Now that we have this, we can check to see if something was posted. That's when we should care to do this. Now remember that we have a request class here, so let's use that class to our advantage. So I'm just going to say rec, like that, short for request. You can name it anything you want, is equal to new request. Now request is in the core namespace. So this request, it's in the core namespace. So we need to reflect that. So let's duplicate that. Let's put core here. And then here we can say request, like so. So we've imported that as well. That way it will know what we're talking about when we do this. Now, if you don't want to write that, like I said, you can simply do this and it will work without that. Okay. So we have a request here. I just want to see if something was posted. So I'm just going to say if there's a function called posted, which we created. And that's it. So if something was posted, we'll pass through here. And let me move this guy in there like so. So if something was posted, let's instantiate that. And what I want to do from the user class, there's a validate function in there. So which is this one right here, validate. And we give it data to validate. So that's all we need. So let me go to sign up here. And I'll grab this user thingy. And I'm just going to say if user validate. Then I want to validate what's in the post variable like that. So if everything goes well, then we'll save to database. Otherwise, we're going to have errors, and I want to be able to show these errors. Let's see if I go here. If there are any errors, let's put them inside a variable called data, and then we'll say errors as the key. Now the reason I'm putting that is because we need to, if we want to send any information to the view file, we need to add it here as an array like so. So I'm creating this array called data, but because I'm putting it here and this is inside an if statement, I have to create an empty version of it here so that it's always there. Otherwise we'll have an error here if we don't go through here, because it will say unknown variable data like that. Okay. Yeah, I guess. So we put that, and then we'll put errors at this point if need be. So we're going to get those errors from the user class, because it has an errors variable which always contains the errors in case the errors were there. Now if you go to the user thing here, you won't see errors here. That's because it's in the main model. If we go here, there is this public errors is equal to an empty array. That's where we are getting that from. So let me close this. We don't need that anymore. Close the config. Less confusion here. Okay, so simple and straightforward. And then if everything goes well, we want to save to the database. And to save is simple. We just say user insert like that. And then we will put our post variable like that. Simple and straightforward. Yep. And then we redirect our user. So we'll use the function that we created as well called redirect. And we just redirect to login like so. So this function is in the functions page, which is in the core functions. This is where it's found. So you can search for it here and it's right there. Redirect, so you can see what it's actually doing. Okay, very good. So the insert thing receives an array, and then it's going to construct a query based on this array and then save in the database. And then it knows which columns to save because we told it. If you go to the user model, it will look at these. So it's going to make sure that these are saved. That's how it knows what kind of query to create. So it's as simple as this. So if the validation is correct, we come here, and that's that. We are done. This is the beauty of object-oriented programming. You see the code is much smaller here because we don't have to create any queries. All this is done inside these models right here. Okay, so this is where the bulk of the code is. So if there's a problem somewhere, it's very easy to know where the problem is by just going to a specific file that handles that specific thing. That's why OOP is so good. All right, so with this now, what we can do now here, remember that we are using the post variable here, but we have this request thing. So if we go back to request, let me show you this. If we go to request here, we can actually get all the values that we want by just typing all like that, using that function. Okay, let's see, there's input here, returns a key, returns default. I'm trying to find post. If empty key, return post. Okay, so if we say post and we don't provide a key here, it's going to return the entire post thing, right? Is it the same as input? Let's see here. That's not the same as input. So what this means is, instead of doing this, we can do it more object oriented by copying the request and putting it here instead, and just saying request post, and then do that. So if we don't provide the key that we want to get from the post variable, it will return all of them. So this is good like that. Now the reason why to do it like this instead of directly in the post variable is because you may want to change the source of this information. You can do that by simply going to the request class and changing what this function returns, which will change for everywhere where you used this. So it's a more efficient way of working like that. Anyway, this is what all we need, but let's go to our sign up page, because if we have errors, we should see them, right? So I'm going to come down here to my sign up view, and we should tell the user if there are any errors. So we're just going to put PHP here and say if not empty. So if there is a variable not empty called errors, then we know we have errors. So I'm going to add a div here and put some classes. First, alert, alert, danger, text center, like this. And then we say, please fix the errors, like so. And then let's close that with end if, like so. Alrighty then. So if there are errors, it will tell us, please fix the errors, which is nice. Let's see that in action. So I'm going to come here and just say, create account. Now, it's telling me it can't find the request model. The request, this one right here, new request, but it should be there, right? Because we have, wait a minute, where is the request? It's inside core namespace, right? So what is going on, gentlemen? Okay, use core request, use model user. This should work. Oh, right. You know? This is what I forgot. Right there. Oh boy. You know, I didn't include the request and the session. I didn't include these guys anywhere. So to keep things simple, you know, we're going to just change them to model class. Sorry about that. So I'm going to update the original MVC. So I didn't see this coming for some reason. So model request. So what we'll do is we'll shift these guys. We can just move them from the core folder. So I'm just going to say open folder. Let's move request and session. They don't really have to be in here. They can be, because everything in the core folder is included in the init file, except these two. In fact, even pager has a similar problem. So let me cut these, pager, request, and session. Let's move them to models. like that. I wanted them in the core. I'll decide in a later video what we can do about those. So what we'll do now is go to Pager, change it to model. We don't really need to change it to model. We can leave it in core. I think let's leave them inside core like this. It's fine, actually. Let's leave them in core. That way, if you create another class here named request, it will be safe because it will be in the model section instead. So I'm going to leave these ones in core like that. So that's fine. Okay, so remove that and let's change it back to core here. This is okay. Okay, so that should solve the problem. Let me refresh and let's resend, and there we go. So create, nothing. So let's come back here and see if it didn't save anything, and it didn't. But if I click, I don't get anything at all. So something is happening, but I don't know what. Now, sometimes if you don't know where it's going, just put some echoes here and say echo here, like so, just to know whether it's going through here. And then we'll put another one there. Let's put this one with a 2, just so you know which of these will be echoed and you know where it passed. So I have here, but I don't have here too. So which means it gets to this point, but it doesn't get here, which means the validation doesn't work. Okay, so we know that now. So the problem is with validation, this does not pass. So which means we should have errors, but we don't seem to have them. So what is the problem? So let me try and see what we are giving it here, or what is coming back here. So I'm just going to use the show function, because it can echo arrays. So we do have errors. You see, email is required, username is required, password is required, please accept the terms and conditions. Okay, so things are working as intended. The only problem is we are not receiving them on the sign up page view. So there's data here, data errors. So what exactly is going on? If not empty errors, it should show here, but it is not. This is weird. Okay, let me try and show errors there, like so. Let's see if we will see anything. So nothing. Errors is empty here, but why? Let's do var dump, because var dump gives us more information. Var dump errors, just to see what's happening. Wow, so oh, sorry. The problem is I'm putting this after the if statement, so it won't ever run. So I'll cut this. Let me just put it in its own PHP brackets, like so. Okay, so it says undefined variable errors. So it does not come here. Why is this? Let's try data, right? Does data exist? No, it does not. Why though? Why? This is weird. All right, let's go back here. This part, the view that sends this data, let's make sure that I thought I solved this problem. Let's go to the models. No. Where is this? Controller, main controller in the core. Yeah, look at that. It doesn't have this. Why it doesn't? Looks like I copied an old version of this. This is insane. Anyway, let's put data here and set it to empty, like so. This is crazy that this does not exist. And then we're going to just say extract data, like so. We may put an if statement and just say if not empty, so we don't bother the function if there's nothing to do. So if not empty data, extract data. Okay, I don't know why this wasn't there already. Anyway, that solves the problem. So let me clear. Now you say, please fix the errors. Now, which errors are these? We can either list the errors here or we can put them down here. That's entirely up to you. But if you want to put them directly on each item, you can simply just put them after this. This one usually uses margin bottom, does it? Doesn't matter. So what I'll do is I'll just grab this actually and put it here. And then what I'll do is, instead of having this class alert here, I'll just remove all the class information. Then instead of just errors here, I'll be very specific. If there's an error for username, like so. And then instead of that, we echo the actual error, like so. So if I do exactly this, let me remove that. If I do exactly this for all of them, then we have a deal. Oops. Let's do the same for password here. So I'll change this to password. I'll change this to email. And then the same thing with terms and conditions. This one, I can put them right in there, I think. Or can I? So I put terms, we're putting the names of the input there. So let me try again. So this time you see, I see that, but I think it's better if they're in red. So what I'll do is grab this, wherever we have that, move the arrow, put a class name there, which is text danger, which would turn the text red. Okay, so username is required, email is required, please, password is required, please accept terms and conditions. So yeah, that gives us some errors like that. So now all we need to do is fix those errors and we are done. So here, let's start. I'll put my name, I'll put an email address, and I will put a password. Now, before I do all of this, if I click create right now, everything disappears, but there are no errors here, you see. There's only please accept the terms and conditions, because that's not what I did. But I've lost this information. So we already created functions to fix this when we are creating the MVC. So we're going to fix that by putting a value here. So I'll go to every input here and let's put a value. So we're going to say value. We're going to use a function called old_value. So you can find that function in the functions page. Then come back here, put brackets, and then put whatever key that represents. This one is for email. This one is for password. And then we can do exactly the same thing for the terms. Now these terms are special because this is not an text input. So here we will use old. We called it old what? Old checked, I think. That's what we called it. And then let's put terms there. Very nice. Yep. Oh, we need to give that a value of 1. So if the value of 1, then it's acceptable or not. So let's test this. Now I'm just going to refresh, not click create, just refresh and resend. Now you see my data is back. Now, what else here? If I accept the terms now, things are going to work. But if I go to sign up here, before we do any of that, what I want is to encrypt the password. So before we save here, I'm going to grab the password. I'll do that by using this, like that, and say password. Now remember that in the request here, let me just do this. Password will be equal to this post, and then if I put a key here, it will just grab that one item. But what I want to do is say password hash. So say password hash. So what string am I hashing? The string will come from the post request in the password column, and I'll put that, oopsie daisy. I'll put that right here and remove that string from there, like so. Leave that as password default. Okay, so now the password in here is hashed, but the password inside the post variable is not still. It's just this one that's hashed. So how do we set a value in there? So if we go to request, let's see, can we actually set a value? No, apparently not. This is weird. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, let me go to session. Session does this. So I don't know why I didn't create this function. So these are the mistakes I made. So I'm going to grab set. Now I can't put functions in here, but let me grab set here. Let me go to, from the session, this is from the session class. Let me go to the request class. And so in here, I can actually add this function. So let's go right to the end. There's a get here, right? Let's put a set as well. Okay, so we can only set this. I don't know, we can have two sets, the one that sets in here or one that sets in the request. I'm not even sure anymore. But put data into the post variable. Okay, so how do we do that? Here we put a key. The key should be a string. So just say key there. We don't need a default value. We're just setting this. The int, not really necessary, but I'll leave it there anyway. So we don't need to start a session. All we need to do is just say session, actually, just that key there. Oh, wait. We need a value over here, of course. Value, and the value could be empty. Oh, sorry, my bad. The value must be, what must be the value? Could be mixed, maybe I don't know. Could be mixed like that. So we don't need to check if anything exists. We just need to set this value. That's it. So I'll just move this out of the way and just say post variable instead of session. And then this key right there will be equal to whatever that value we have set there. Simple and straightforward. Return 1 since we said, let's put void and remove that. Okay, so we have a set function now in the request. So we've just improved our system. So what I would do now is password. I want this password that I've hashed to put it back in the request thingy here. So I'll say, I'll grab that and say request set, right? And then the key name will be password, and then the value is that password. Okay, just like that. So we've created that hash, then we set it back into the post variable so that now when we read from the post variable, we will have the correct value. Okay, very good. Let's try now and create account. And as you can see, we're on the login page now, which means everything went well. But let's confirm, shall we? I'll click on the browse, and as you can see, everything worked accordingly to plan. The password is encrypted, but we forgot the date. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let's go to operations and let's truncate this table, which means delete all records and reset the primary key value. So now we have nothing. Let's go back. Document expired. Fair enough. We are back here. Let's put an email. Let's put a password. Let's accept the terms. But let's set our date, shall we? So right here, I want to set another value, which is the date in the post variable. And the date, we're just going to use the date function to create a date, and let's give it the format. We want a year, a month, and day, but we also told it to, it's date time, so I'll put hour, minute, second, like that. Okay, very cool. Now let's sign up again, and this time we'll have the date as well. Very cool. Okay, so everything is working. We have created our first user, we have signed up. Now we need to log in. To actually log in here is simple, so let's try that. So I'm going to go back to our login view, and let's grab some things from the other side to put here. So like for example the error thingy, we're just going to grab that here. And what am I going to do? Login. Now usually the error here are simple. They are not extensive errors, so I won't put errors on a specific thing. I'll just tell it to, oh, it doesn't show that it's PHP, so I'll set it to PHP here. So instead of it just saying please, wait, what did I copy here? Oh my god, copied the wrong thing, so I should have copied this right there. Okay, so back, paste. Okay, so instead of saying please fix the errors, we can just go straight to the error. So I'll just grab errors here, and what I'll do is implode. I'll use the implode function. The glue will be a break tag. Now the implode function, what it does, it gets an array and then converts it to a string, and then you tell it what characters to put between those strings that are actual items in the array. So just a break tag will do. Okay, so that should work. Then we have name here, we have password. This is cool. But on the email, we may want to put that old value thingy. So let's just grab it from here where we already did it. So I'll grab that back here and paste. So I'll do the same thing on the password and just change that to password. Very cool. Okay, yeah, we can ignore the remember because too complex for the tutorial. All right then, so now we can go to the controller. Now the sign up controller has all this, so we're going to do pretty much the same. So here in the index, I'm just going to grab everything here up to this point, copy. So close the sign up controller, back to the login controller now, and I want to paste that content I grabbed. So let's do that, and also let's put data right here. Very cool. Okay, so we have our request. If something was posted, very nice. Then we go here and say user, new user. We don't need to validate anything here actually. So all we need to do is read from the database. We want to find out if there's an item with the email that we've been sent. So here I'm just going to say email, because in the post variable I'm looking for the email. Any item with that email I want to get. So here I want to read. We'll say if there's a result. To get a result, we use the where function like this. We'll say where email is in here, but for things to be a bit clearer, what I'll do is I'll say email is equal to, and let me do that. That way you can see exactly what's going on. And then the where function requires an array of items to match. So I want it to match email with the value of this email here, like that. So if it does find one of these, we need to capture it. So I'm going to set that to row and say that, so that we capture it inside the row. And yeah, here we'll just say check if password is correct. So here we want to check if the password is correct. So to do that, we use the password verify function. So we'll say if password verify. So here we say we want the password. This is what the user has sent us right now. Then here the hash is the one that's saved on the database. So that's row password. That's the password column we're looking at. Now the where function actually returns several rows. So we have to use the first function to just return one row. Okay, so now all these functions are in the model.php file. You can check them out if you want to. So password, now we want this password that the user has sent, which is in this variable right there. So I'm just going to put that here. Now if, then we'll say authenticate. But if things didn't go as planned, then we will have errors here. Oh no, we will not have those errors. So we can just put those errors in there. So I'm just going to say user errors. I'll just put it inside email like so, and just say wrong email or password. We don't want to give the people too much information, so they shouldn't know which of the two is wrong. Okay, good. The rest is good. If everything goes well, password was verified, let's authenticate. Now remember that authentication happens in the session variable. So also this won't work because we haven't imported that namespace here like we did in the signup. So let's grab these two guys and let's do the same thing here. Let's import those important things. Also, I'm going to import the session class because we need to save information in the session. So I'll grab this, put it here for authentication. Why did I even copy this, since I'll edit everything anyway? Yep. So we create a new session to sesh like so. So in sesh there's a function called auth, and what we give that function is the user role like that, and that's it. And then we redirect the user to, where are we redirecting? To the home page. Great. So now if I go to session, right, let's go to session and inspect. There's set, there's get, then there's auth right there. So all it does, as you can see, is it grabs the user role, whatever you've given it here, and adds it to the session. Now the session uses these variable names to save information. So the user information of the logged in user is saved in user, and the other information we set in the session will be saved in app. So if you have several websites that you're working on, you can change these values to whatever you want. It doesn't really matter. They need to use those instead, because I've seen some complaints in the comments that when you have several websites on the same localhost, they tend to use the same session. So sometimes you find that you're logged into one and you're automatically logged into another, or some information is missing for the other website which works differently. So what you can do is you can just change what you put here, and it will make sure that the variables are saved in a separate place. You can say app1 user 1 like this. It's to work. All right, very cool. So from here things should work just fine. So I'm going to click login. So there's an unexpected token on line 81 on the login view. Really? In the view? Line 81, where is that? Right here. We didn't close this tag. Sorry about that. So refresh, resend. Okay, so we get nothing. But the why we get the nothing? Supposed to implode this, because there should be some errors, right? Right. So what's happening? So let's go back here and see. It didn't redirect us, but did it get here either? So to prove, let's just say show here. Yeah, just like I did. This is my special debugging system. So if I click here, I should get at least one of those. So it seems I'm not getting either. Now what's happening is that it means I'm not posting anything, because here we're not getting to this, we're not getting there. So let me move this out. Let me grab this. So this is not coming in, which means this may be, but maybe not this. So let's put a 2 there. Let's see which one comes up. So up to 2. Oh, so we are posting something up to here, but we are just not finding this. So let me move this here. Let's see if we're going to get that. No, we don't get it. Okay, so the if statement that isn't passing is this one. So in the user, we are not finding an email that is that. And then if we don't find that email, we just go right down here. Okay, so the problem I made here is that I put this error thing in there when I should have put it here, because if we don't find the email, we still get an error. So now things will work well. Wrong email password. All right. So let's try and first of all, what I want us to do. Okay, let's just do things in a systematic way. I'll put password there. Login. Okay, so I don't get back my old, which is weird. I should, right? Oh, it's email, not username. My bad. Okay, old value should be on the email side. So resend. Maybe wrong password. Let's try again. Okay, so why does it keep telling me that? Password verify, email, row password, which is the hash. I think we're in good company here. Okay, let me try echo here. Maybe it does authenticate, but for some reason we are not being redirected. So nope, it does not. Okay, so let me grab this, put that there. Okay, so that works. So it's the password that isn't passing, but why? Shouldn't this be straightforward? Let me just make sure that I added the right. So that's the password and that's the hash. Okay, so that's correct. So what's going on then? See, this is a problem when you don't put 2 boxes to confirm the password. You end up putting the wrong password. Yeah, look at that. Now I can't remember the password. Look at that. And we don't have remember password here, right? Okay, so what I'm going to do is this. I'm just going to grab this, what's this? The sign up side. And grab this. I want you to echo the I want you to echo a hash of the password that I'll type here. So I'll do, just to make sure, password. Okay, and save. So it echoes a hash here, so I'm going to grab that hash and save it in the database. So select all, paste. Okay, that way I replace my password like this. All right, so let's undo. Let's see if it's gonna work this time. Oh no, that doesn't work either. You know, the problem is sometimes you look at the code for too long and you stop seeing the mistakes. So I left all these struggles in here so that you can see that even when you've been coding for quite some time, it's very easy to make mistakes. So here what I'm doing is comparing the email to the password for unknown reasons completely. Oh boy. Okay, so I'll change this to password. I'll add a password version here. So of course the email won't be exactly like the password. So, oh boy. All right, so that should work now. And there we go. Page view, very good. Now, what I want is to be able to log out of the page. Now, at the moment, the home page is accessible whether I'm logged in or not, but it shouldn't be. So if you don't want it to be accessible, you can check if somebody is logged in. So if we go to the session class, there is a function here where we check code. There's a logout, and then there is logged in. Okay. So all we need to do is check for that. So I'm going to go to, I'm going to need this. So what I'll do is I'll go to the home controller. So right at the home here, I'm going to say if session is logged in. Now, I only care if the user is not logged in. Then I will redirect the user to the login page, like so. Otherwise, we load the home page. So in order for me to be able to use session like that, I need to import the session core, and then I need to instantiate it. So say session is equal to new session. Like that. Okay, so everywhere where you want to restrict to only logged in users, just do this exact same thing in the controller, add that, and then add this if statement right there. So if I come back and I refresh, now because I'm logged in, it doesn't matter. But I want to log out. So what I'll do is exactly what I've done here. Let's go to the logout. Let's import the core session, and then instantiate the session right here, and then let's redirect the user to the login page. Then to log out, we just do session logout, like so. It's a function, right? Logout. So the function exists in the session class, like I already said. It's here, logout. So all it does is it simply deletes the user information from the session. That's all. All right. So let's try this logout. So you see I'm on the home page right now, but if I type logout, then it sends me to the login page. Now, if I try to go to the home page now, it still takes me back to the login page. So I can't go there, but I can go to the profile page because it's unprotected. But if I try to go to the home page that is protected, it sends me to the login page. Then if I log in, I will be allowed on the home page now, like so. Okay, so that's how you do it. So log out, home page there. Now, since every one of these guys needs us to be logged in, we need to copy this to every one of them. So let me start with, let me go step by step. So post page will have similar issues. First, let me put that profile page, save. The search page, every page really just needs the user to be logged in. So yep, here we already have, what's this one? Not on the sign up page, of course. So settings, yes, home page. Now I need to grab this and put it on the others. There we go. Save. There we go. Save. There we go. Save. And finally, save. So now, regardless what page I go to, it should be restricted from unlogged in users. All right. So with this now, we can start designing the home page, because now the user has logged in, or we can go to the profile page, because that's really the main one. Now we need a header and footer that will be available to every single page. All right. So if we look at the Bootstrap examples, we do have some headers here. So there's a list of headers right here. So if I go to where our project folder, there's Bootstrap examples, and then there's headers. Where are the headers? Right there. If I open this file, you will see this is what it has. So here you can choose which header you want to use. This one has a nice search feature, which I like. Not so much the buttons, but I also like this one because it has a search, and at the same time it has an image here with a drop down. So I think I like this one better. Okay. So anyway, you can take your time and choose which one you like. So this is the one I want, and it has very specific text that doesn't exist anywhere else, like inventory here. So I can just search for that. So what I would do is I'll go to the folder that contains that page. First of all, the header CSS, I'll copy that because I know we will need that CSS class, and put it in my CSS folder. Then go back, grab this guy and drop him in here. Now what I want is the inventory, right? So let me search for that. It's case sensitive, so let me put capital I. So this is the one right here. So header from there up to there. So I'm just going to grab this part, the entire header to header. And then I'm going to go to the home view. So let's go to the home view. Right about here, I'll put the header on the top, like so. Now, of course, I'm going to need those HTML stuff. So I'll do this. We'll call this one timeline. Then I'll put these inside the body. Okay, like so, that header. Then move this in the body as well. All right. Okay. Save. So let's see how that looks. This is how it looks. Not like on this page, of course. It's because we're missing some important things like, let's see here, like the Bootstrap style sheet. This one, we are missing that. So what I'll do is I'll just copy this from the login view because we did use that there. And I also need the icons as well. So I just grab these two and put them in the home view right at the top in the head, like so. Let's see how that changes things. Okay, looking a little bit better. Oh, I have that bracket there. I wonder what's that for. Oh, there it is. So let's see what we've got. Okay, let's see the original. The original is this one. There's an icon missing there. So what I'll do is, it's in here on the SVG, right? So instead of this, I'm going to go to the sign up view. We did something like this already, where we added an I tag. So we'll grab that. Now, instead, you can add a logo here, of course. So I'll paste this instead. This person class. So there it is. A little too big, I guess. Let me remove this H1 thingy. Still doesn't help. Let me put H2 maybe. So we are still missing some things, right? Let's go to the original HTML. Let's see every reference that is here. So there's that CSS file. I can just select all CSS and try to find every other CSS. So there's headers.css, right? So we are missing that as well. So I'll grab this link. It's headers.css. So back to the home view. Let me just duplicate this and then put headers.css. Okay, looks like something did happen. You can confirm this by going to view page source and try to click on that, and if you see some CSS, then you were successful. And then from there, what else are we missing? Let's go back to the original. Those are the two CSS files that are there. But what about JavaScript? Let me search for JS. So there's this one, Bootstrap bundle there. So let's grab that as well. I don't know if this is needed for this particular page because there are many. Oh yeah, I think it's needed for the drop down here. If I click on the drop down, it doesn't show because we need that JavaScript bundle file. So I'll put it right at the end. Wait, I'm on the wrong page. It should be on the home view right here. Yeah. Now make sure you put root, close that, then it's inside assets, JS, and then that's the file. So let's refresh again. Let's try it now, and you can see that's working now, so that's cool. But still doesn't look as good as this. I have no idea why. This part is okay. What about this part? Let's try and add a shadow to it. Maybe that's what's missing. Yeah, let's just say shadow. Let's see now. Yeah, probably that's what was missing. Anyway, it's up to you to design these things, you know. Put your logo there, of course. Here we need some padding for the page. So what I would do is, after this, where the content should be, I'll just create a tag called main. You can call it anything you want. And then let's put some classes. Yes, this one will have some padding, just a bit of padding. I think that's all we need. Yeah, so that it's somewhere there. Okay, pretty cool. And so now we have a header that works just fine. So we can change these to the names that we really want. So for example, instead of overview here, we have home. And then we have, so the home, and then really that's all we need. We have home, we have search, and that's about it actually. So let me remove these others. So the link here will have root as always. Only this one will have search like so. There's profile, there's settings, logout. Okay, so the rest of these, I'm just going to grab that. So we're going to go down here to the menu and add more links like the profile and then settings. Oh, we do have profile here, right? Okay, so we don't need one of these. And then there's sign out here. So I think this actually I don't know, we can type something here, or maybe just remove this. Okay, so let me just make sure I copied that and paste. So this one goes to profile, of course, and this one goes to settings, and this one goes to the logout page. And then we have this one where there's an image of the user, and this one is, let's do that. This one actually goes to the profile. Now there's an image here. Now if you remember very well, when creating this MVC, we had created a function called getImage. So if we use that now, let's do this. We say getImage, like so, and then close that. And then in here we're going to put whatever the current user's image is. Now, if you remember, again, we created a function called user that actually gets information from the current logged in user. So then we can put in the key of the column that we want to get. In this case, it's image. But our image column is empty. So wait, do we actually have an image column at all? So let's refresh. Yeah, look at that. It went to the... So it doesn't seem like we have anything going on there. That shouldn't be happening. Let's see. We don't have an image column. How is this possible? So it seems I forgot to add an image column for some reason. There's image there, but not here. So what I would do is, just for, even though we've already created this, I'll put image. Here let's put, because we want to put an image path in here, 1024, and this can allow empty values. So I'll just save it there, just in case you need to use it again. So what we'll do is we'll go to the structure of this table. So in the structure, we can always add one more. Now you can add it exactly where you want. I want to add it after username, and I'll call it image. Variable character, 1024 items, and tick to allow empty values. All right, so that should solve our problem. If I refresh now, still shows emptiness there, which shouldn't be the case. So back to the home view. What if I just put an empty string there? Oops. Let's see what I get. Okay, that actually works, but for some reason the original so I'm guessing there's an error here. So sometimes you can't see an error that's here because of the styling. So what you need to do is say view page source, and you will definitely catch the error here. So call to undefined function user. So apparently there is no function like this, so I may have forgotten what I actually called it. So let's come here and see what I did call it. Doesn't seem like there is this function at all. Okay, so I may have forgotten to create this function after all. Interesting. Okay, so what I would do is this. I'll just create it here anyway. So you can create this anywhere. So we'll just call it user. We want this function to get the currently logged in user. So here I want to make sure I get the entire thing. So I'll just say core session like that. And then we're going to say if not empty, I want to get all the items from the session user. Oh, actually, so there's actually user in there. Okay. There's a user function in the session variable. That's the one that actually does this. But the problem is I don't want to keep saying session is equal to new core session every time I want to grab an item from the current logged in user. So instead I'll have this function do this for me. So here I'll simply do this. We're expecting a string here, which is a key, but it can be optional, I guess. So if not empty, let's see here. I want to grab all right, let's go back to session here for a second. I want to look for a function that returns everything. I've forgotten what it is. So this is the function I was looking for, actually. User. There we go. There's pop, there's all. So this returns from the main key. However, user does return everything if we don't specify a key. So we're just going to say, okay, key is that. And then let's return everything. We're just going to say row is equal to session user, like so. So if we don't provide anything, it's going to bring back the entire row. And then we're going to say row, if not empty, row with whatever key we were provided, then let's return it. This row key, like so. Okay, good. Otherwise, we are going to return the entire row. Okay, so we've created that function to give us the data that we want. So let me go to the home view here for a second. And this should work now. So let's try it out. Doesn't seem to work. Let's go back to view page source and cannot use object of type class as array on line 45. Okay, so that's my bad. If I go back here, this one is an object, so we should use the arrow notation instead, like so. Now the thing is, key is a variable, so we're going to leave that in there. Normally you would do this if I'm trying to read the column named key, but I'm not trying to read a column named key. I'm trying to read the column named inside this variable there. So that's why I leave the $sign there. So if it exists, let's return it. So I'll do that, and that should work this time. All right, so if I refresh, okay, so file exists, argument 1 must be of type string, class given. Okay, so it's saying argument 1 inside file exists must be a string, but we gave it an entire class instead. So it checks if the file exists. So it seems we returned the whole row, which is not right. So instead what we'll do is, let me go back to, we returned this whole row, right? Okay. What I want to do is find out what's in here. So I'll do that and refresh. So there we go. We don't have image. Okay, so that's why it couldn't find it, so it returned the whole row. So what we need to do is log out and log in again so that this information is updated with the new column that we have. So I'm going to click here. In fact, let me just type logout, and then we can log in again. And this time it should work. Let's inspect now and see what the error is. Still, it's giving us a class. So let me undo this. Let's see what happens now. Okay, so we do have an image column now, which is great. But why then is it returning the whole thing? Let's see. File exists. Must be of type string. Okay. What I'll do is I'll just tell it to return an empty string if there's nothing. Yeah, because it's still empty. That column is still empty even though it exists. So I guess this should solve the problem. So let me close that and let's refresh. And there we go. So if I click here, now I can use these guys. Profile. So now I want every page that I go to have that top menu here. So let's fix that. So I'm going to close all files for now, clean things up a little bit. Then let's go to the home view. So I'm going to grab everything from the top here up to the header ending right there and cut all of that. Then I'm going to right click view, new file, paste it and save this as header.view.php. Okay, let's save as all files so it doesn't put an extension. And then actually I should have grabbed the main as well. So right there, like so. Save. And then the remaining part up to here, including main, will be the footer. So new, paste, save, footer.view.php, like that. Okay, then let's save. So now what I need is to import those files. So we can import the footer and the header by simply doing this view, like so. Since this is how we actually add view files, so say footer like that, and then copy this and put that here and say header, like that. All right, so let's try this again. Looks like it works. Now if I go to the search page, I can do exactly this. Copy that. Let's go to the search, paste, and this one will be titled search, like that. So it will have the header and the footer just like on the home page. So at least now we have that. And I also need the profile page. Maybe I should put it there as well, but I can always do this. And we're on the profile page. So I'm going to go and do exactly the same thing. And we're going to say profile, like so. Okay, so the profile page is where most of the things will happen. So let's design it, shall we? So what I want to do is put a div that will hold everything. This div will have a class, and first of all, of course, the padding. Then I want this to be not full column, but only when we get to the medium size does it get to full column. I want this to have maybe 8 columns because Bootstrap has 12 columns, so 8 is not full screen. And then I want MX auto so that it's in the center, because this is margin on the x-axis will be auto. And then I'll put border so that we can see what's going on. Maybe rounded as well. Okay, so let's see this. And there we go. So we have this thing in the center here. Still too big. Maybe let's put 6, which is half. Can also put shadow if I want. All right, so things are down here. So profile. Now let's add some content here. So this will hold the profile image. This right here. And then from there, we're going to have another div that will hold the form where we post content. This one here, let's put our username here. And then in here, let's put a class text center so that the text is centered. Then I'm going to put an image tag. The source will be get image. And then in here, what we'll do is we will have to read the user role. So we're going to have role image like so. And then here, let me add some styles. Oops. So style will be, let's say, width. I'm going to give this a width of 200 pixels, a height of 200 pixels, a object fit of cover so that it's cropped properly, and then a border radius. Actually, I can use Bootstrap here by putting a class and say rounded circle like that. Let me remove this. Also, let's put a margin around it like so. Okay, very nice. So we don't have row yet. So what we're going to do is let's go to the controller, and I'm going to go to the profile controller. Now the first thing I need to know is the ID. So right now ID is the current user, so I'm just going to say user like that, and the column I want is the ID from the user. So that's the currently logged in user. And then I want to read down here, get user role, and here I'm going to say role. In fact, everything we send here will go inside the data variable, so we must create that variable. So I'll say data and put raw in there like so. But here I want to use the user model since we are reading from the users table, and then just get the first result, which has an ID of this ID that we are talking about here, like that. Okay, now we need to instantiate the user class. So I'll duplicate here. The user class is in models, and let's do that. Okay, that way we can instantiate it from here. So I'll grab, let's come here and say user is equal to new user. Yep, that should do the trick. So I will refresh, and there we go. So we have that, we have username. Let's go to the profile page. Maybe H2 here would be better. Let's say user profile. So now instead of username, we're going to echo from the row username. Now usernames can have apostrophes and other strange characters, so let's do escape here. All right, so back here, let's refresh, and there's an actual name there, which is nice. Now I want to be able to change this image, so I'll put an icon over here, and how I'll do that is by, let me actually wrap this inside a span, something like so. So let me see if that doesn't disturb the text center. Okay, it doesn't. Then inside here, I'll put an icon. So let's put a class bi. I think there's one called image. Let me see if that works. Okay, so there it is right there. Let's make it bigger, so let's do H1. Let's also change the text color to primary, which is a blue. Okay, so there we go. So we can always just click on this to make things work, but I want this to float somehow. So say style, position, let's put absolute. That way it does not conform to the norms here. So that way we can click on it if we want. Let's also put a cursor as pointer, like so. That way we can tell that if we click on here, we are supposed to be able to load an image. So what I'll do to make that happen is I'm going to wrap this inside a label. Okay. The beauty of a label is that when you click on the label, anything inside the label is clicked as well. So in this case, I want an input of type file to be clicked as well. So once I do this, then I can open the image browser. So just by clicking on the image, I have this to load. But I don't want this to be visible, so I will use a class name of dNone or display none, like this. Refresh, and there we go. So still have it good. So now I can click on this. Now you can position this with left and right if you want, because you can say right 0 pixels like that, and then you can position it on the top as well. So it goes to that. Now if you don't want it to go all the way there, you just want it to wrap around the next best thing, then you change the display of this to the position of this to relative, then it will stop it from going all the way there. But I think instead of using the right position there, I'm going to use margin. So say margin right. So I'm going to say margin right 20 pixels. I don't know if this will work either. It doesn't seem like it does work. Let me put 120 so I can just see what's going on. Yeah, it doesn't work, so let's remove it. The point is we can click on it to bring the thing. Now I want the image to actually show on this, so I'll give this one a class of profile image. That way I can grab it anytime. And also just down here I'm going to put a script tag, a simple script to show me the image once I load it. So I'm going to run a function and say display image. So this is JavaScript which runs within the browser. So there will be a file here that I'm going to send to this function. And then what I would do is I want to grab this item here from the image there. So I'll just say something like document.querySelector. That's how we select items. And in there I'll put a dot and use the class name profile image. So I know it will grab that, and I'm going to say dot source because I want to change the source of this image to this file. Now I can't put this file as a source. I have to convert it to a proper blob or something like a base64 or something, I don't know. So we're going to use something called URL, the URL object in the browser. So this is part of a browser object. So there's one function in there. Now, in case you forget this function name, you can always check what's in URL by just doing console.log like this, console.log URL. And then you can check what's inside that URL object to figure out which function to use. So it's create object URL, I think that's what it's called, and then I'll add in that file. So this object is going to convert the file we're going to give into a blob that can be set as a source to the image. So now we need a way to trigger this function to run. So what I'll do is, when things change in this image, that's when we should trigger things. So we say on change, let's run that function. But file is unknown. However, the word this represents this very item, which is the image thing. So we can just check within it because it's got a property called files, which is an array that contains all the files that were selected. But we simply want the first file, so we'll get that one. That alone will display our file whenever we click. So that doesn't look too good, means we messed up somewhere there. So what's happening is once we add an image here, this function is triggered, and then it's going to put something, oh, wait a minute. It's going to try and change the source of the image here. So in fact, we shouldn't put this here. This should be put on the input, yes, because that's the one that actually grabs the file. Okay, great. So I refresh and let's click that. Let me put this one, and as you can see, there it is. There we go. So working perfectly. Now this doesn't save to the database, so if I refresh the page, I won't find that image there. So we need to upload that image for it to stick here. So before we do that, let's put what we need down here first. So after this part, I'm simply going to put, let me try an HR tag. That should do. Then here we want to create a form with a method of post. You need to change the ENC type, which is the encoding type, so that you can manage to upload images as well. So what will happen is this. Actually, you know what? No need to do this. We're going to just use Ajax here throughout. So yeah, I think that would be better if we use Ajax. That way you can see, if you're uploading a large image, you can see some progress bars and all that cool stuff. So let's put a text area here, and I'm going to give it a class of form control, like that. So that's our text area. Let's put a placeholder. We say what's on your mind. And yeah, let's give it a few rows. So rows is equal to 6, maybe. And of course, we're going to need, what will we need? A post button, yes. So put a button here, say post. And let me put some classes of button and button primary, like so. All right, so let's see that. And this is what we get. So what's on your mind? Maybe this line is overkill, so I'll remove it, this HR tag. Okay, so maybe there's something missing down here, but anyway, this is what it is and what's on your mind, and you can hit the post button when you figure out what's on your mind, I guess. Okay, now if you want this to look a little bit, let me add a margin here at the top. So on the button, I'll just say margin top empty 1, just a little bit. Now I want this whole thing to look like one entity, so I'll put this inside a div just to cover the button as well, like so. Then I'll put a background color in there, so put a class and say bg light, a slight gray, like so. Then I'll put a little padding around the whole thing. So let's see how that looks. And there it is. Not enough padding apparently. Let's put padding 2. And also bg secondary will be darker than this. So I want to be able to really see it. And there we go. So there it is, and a post button, but maybe the post button is now disappearing. So let's use the warning version. That's the orangey. Okay, post, there we go. If I want this to float to the right, I'll say float end like that. But then that thing disappears. So let's add a div and give it a class of clearfix. Yes, after that, to pull this thing down. Okay, so there we go. We can now post and type what's on our minds, right? Now down here we need to have posts. So after this one will be the div that gives us posts. So I'll put a class here and give it a margin at the top and the bottom, and then we can put our posts in here. So I'm going to put a dummy post in here. So I'll go put a class here of post. But also maybe I can put border and what else? A little padding around it. And then I will put a div like so. Now this one will be a row, but then I have a div. I'll put 2 divs. Each one of these will be a column, but they're going to share this between 12 columns. So one will be 8, the other one will be 4 to make 12. 4 spaces, 8 spaces. Then let's put a border just so I can see what's going on. And then what do I do? I'll put some padding just so I can see the divs. Okay, so I'll refresh. And there it is. So there's one div that ends here, too big. So let's move a bit further down the line. So I'll say 3. This one will be 9 spaces. That way it squeezes to the one side. Yeah, that's better. So here I'll put the profile image of the person. Here I'll put a date and the post down here. So what I'll do here, image, we're just going to copy exactly what we done did here. Copy that and put it here. Now row in this case will be something else, but this is fine for now since this is a dummy. I want this to be 80 pixels like so, and this one should be text center. Very good. And this one, the text should be on the left, so instead of text center it will be text start. And so let me add a div where I can add information like the date when, let me do this, I'll say date Wait. The format here, YMD, like that. Okay, great. So this one, I'll add a class of muted, and then after that, what else? The post itself, this one can be in a p tag. But if there's an image, then we can add an image there. But let's see, down here as well, we need the username. So copy that and put this down here just after the image. All right, let's put h4 instead. All right, so this is what I'm trying to make. So there's too much space up here, I guess. So let's remove this padding here and this one as well. All right, still too much space. Let's see, where is this one as margin? Actually, let me remove that. Okay, maybe too much. Let me put M1 just so there's a little bit. Okay, so here we will have to put a post. All right, so there, good. Let me put, instead of border here, I'm going to put BG light. And let me remove this border as well. All right, so it's slightly darker here, and then we have all of that. Then let's remove the border here as well. Let's see. Okay, so we will have one post here, and then we will have another post. So put HR there after this one, like so, and then we'll put a loop, just like that. So here there's a username. This username actually is still too big. Let's try H5. Oops. Okay, so we're getting posts done here, which is nice. Now let's try and actually post something so that we can see that post down here. Okay, so creating this will give us material for the posts, single post page and the timeline page as well. So this thing here will represent one post. Now, since we're going to be using one post in many places, and I think this one I should write post there. Yeah. So since we'll be using this in many places, it's a good idea to actually cut this out and then create a new file for it so that it's the same everywhere. Now I'm going to save this as post. Now we already have a post view, so what I'll call it is post small.view.php. Okay, so then I'll change this role to post like that. All right, then I can put more content now. So right here, I will escape this content and put it here. So post itself there. Okay, and then so there will be a date. This one right here we'll use get date. And put, let's see here, post date. Now, if there's an image, then we'll display it here. So I will grab this. and put it here. Let me put and if, even though I haven't put an if statement yet. I'm yet to do that. So here there is if not empty, post, and then image, full colon, close that. So if it's not empty, then try to display the image here. And then the margin here should just be Y. Let me put 2 like that. Okay, great. Okay, I think this should do just fine. We can tweak it a little bit once we have all the information, but this is fine. So now what we would do is on the profile view, we just load this post small view, just like we load these guys. So here we just do this and write post small. And then here we're going to supply some data here. And what I want is just to supply the post. So I'll call it post. So I'm creating an array on the fly. And this one will contain whatever the post variable will be at that time. So to create the post variable, we must first figure out if posts exist. So if not empty, posts. So if there are posts here, right? Let me duplicate that. This should be if. Then we're going to run a for each loop where we get posts as a single post. And that's the post that will be supplied here. So let me tab this. And of course, I need to put and for each. Duplicate this and end if here. All right, so here what we're doing is we're just checking if posts exist, then loop through the posts and load this single post every time we loop. Okie dokie. Now let's see, no errors, no errors. Now we need to just make a single post at least, but in order to do that, we will need to connect to the post. Let's see, this is annoying me here on this side. Oops. So let me just put a center tag, why not? So in order for the posts to be, for us to be able to save posts, we need to create a table. But for now, we can actually update this image here before we can do the rest of this. So I want us to use Ajax to do that. And I want us to have a progress bar down here that can do that. Now, if you go to Bootstrap here, there are some progress bars you can find here. So if you go down to where it says progress, I think, let's see, progress right there. So we have these progress bars right here. So I'll just grab this one. Pretty much the same. Now you can grab these that have text in them. I think they are quite good. So let me grab this. And I'm going to put it right under the username like this. So you can put this anywhere you want, of course. Let me come back here and let's see that. So we have that progress bar, which will show when we try to upload this. Now for now, what I will do is I'll put a class of D none, so it doesn't show. Now we don't need these areas for now. These are for accessibility, so I'll put this at 0%. style width 0%. Those are the two values that just matter. Okay, even raw here, not a big deal. Let me remove this D none just to make sure things haven't broken down. Okay, they haven't. All right, so this one is profile image prog. So that's the progress bar for that. So I'm going to copy this. I need another progress bar for the posting. So right above the post here, I'll put this other progress bar and call it post progress bar. Okay, so that there's a difference between the two, but both are hidden for now. Let's try and use this one. Now, in order to send information via Ajax, we need to put some script tags, okay? Some JavaScript. So here we just need to create a function. Now, sometimes, depending on how complicated things can be, it's better to create an object to put your JavaScript. But in this case, I think we can survive with just putting functions. So we'll have one called send data, just so we can send data with this. And then here we will have an object here that contains the data we want to send. And then I want to mimic the action of a form. So I'm going to create a form. I'll call it my form is equal to new form data. Okay, so now we've created a form. We just need to add things to this form. So say my form dot append. That's how you append. You put a key here and a value on the other side like that. So that's how you do it. But we don't know what data will be here. So what I'll do is I'll grab this and do a loop and say for key in object like that. And so I'm looping through while grabbing the key at the same time. So the key will be here and the value will be inside object key. Okay, so this is how we put whatever we've sent here inside our form. And then all we have to do now is create an Ajax object. So we'll call this one var Ajax is equal to new. Let's call this one HTTP. No, actually XML should come first, like XML HTTP request. So that's how you do that. Now, somebody had asked me, why are we not using fetch? Because fetch is easier to, the syntax looks simpler than what we're going to do here. But, you know, the problem with fetch is it doesn't have progress bar. So, and also not very good browser support yet. So let's stick to the old school and do it the old school way. So I actually kind of like this old school way. So here I'm going to do duplicate and send. So what you do is you create the Ajax object, you open it, and then you send your data. That's simple. So our data we're sending is our form. So let's put my form in there. When we open, we tell it that we are using the post protocol. And also here, I'll leave the path to the file we want to use empty so that we reload the same page. And then I'll put true here. Now I'm doing this to make things simpler because sometimes, now if you want to send, sometimes it can be difficult, but if you want to send it to another page, all you have to do is put your PHP tags in there and put root and then close that. And then you can actually, you're not supposed to do it like this. You're supposed to put this whole thing in brackets like so, and then put slash Ajax page. So if there is a controller named Ajax, that's where this will go. So maybe we should do that. That That might actually work better. But this is a dilemma here. It doesn't really matter where you send this information at the end of the day. Ajax. Okay, let's just do that to keep things a bit more organized. So then we just need to listen for a result. So we'll add an event listener. Say ajax.add event listener. Just like that. Now the event listener takes two params. What event we are listening for? This is the ready state change. That's the event. When the ready state changes, we're going to run this function. The second param is the function that will run when we receive a ready state change. You can put an E there to grab the event, but I don't know if we're using it anyway. So we want to check for when the ready state is 4. So I'm just going to say ajax.ready state. So when the ready state is 4 and everything went well, we know that if the status is 200. So there are 4 ready states. There are 4 states. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 means a result was returned, everything is done. So that's the only time we care. And then 200 means the file was found and it returned the result. So good. Now the result will be contained in a variable called what is it called? Response text. Now I want this guy to go to another function which we will call handle result, like that. Okay, so from there we create another function to handle this result. So say function handle result. Now the reason I do this is because you may think you want to make just one Ajax request call, but you'll be making many, so it's better to organize things in advance. Then let's create a function that will actually try to send this data. This one is change. We'll call this one change image. That's what we'll just call it. And then we'll supply a file to it like that. Okay, great. So the change image thing, all it needs to do is send some data through an object. So what I want to do is create an object. I'll call this obj is equal to empty object, like that. And then what I'll do is I'll say obj dot let's see here. This is how we add things to the object. So say dot file or dot image, I don't know, is equal to the file that was sent. And then we'll say obj dot data type. So I'm creating these on the fly, these key names, and adding values to them. So data type I've just created as well. I want to be able to know what this information is for. So this one I'll call it profile image. That will be the data type. Okay. So we supply the file and we tell it this is a profile image. Also, if you want, you can supply the ID of this user. But maybe it's better to just read from the session what the user ID is. Now there are times when maybe sessions are not set properly and you can't do that. Then you can just send the ID of the current user right here by using PHP. You can say ID and then you wrap this inside you use PHP and say user ID, like so. All right. So this is going to give you the current user ID. Then let's do send data and supply that object in there like that. Okay, great. So all we need to do is trigger this guy, and then we can send our information, and then we'll handle our result here. So in case there's a weird or errors, I'll do console.log and log the result so that we can see what result we get. Simple as that. Then let me grab this change image. So what I want this to do is on change here, as we run this display image, I can also put a semicolon at the end and put change image as well at the same time. So we display it and then we change it. So I'll supply the same file here as well. So remember that whatever you put in here is JavaScript. It's actual JavaScript. So that's why we can do this. Okay. So with that in mind, we are uploading a file. But now let's create a controller called Ajax that will receive all the Ajax. So I'll go to home, which is simpler. Copy everything, right click, paste, and this will be Ajax class and Ajax. And we'll call it ajax.php. It doesn't need a view at all. All right. And also here we can't redirect because this is Ajax. So all we just do is die if the user is not logged in. Now, if you're in a situation where Ajax requests cannot read from the session, then this session will be empty and it will show as if you are not logged in. So this is a choice to make. You can remove these if that's the situation. In any case, what I want is anything we echo here will be returned as a result. So if I say echo we are good, then I should see that on the other side. So profile view page. Maybe instead of console.log, we can do an alert of the results so that it's easier to see, or both. Okay, so with all this, I should be able to upload a file. For now, I'll just get a result. We are good if we're actually reading from the Ajax controller. So I'm going to refresh the page. Okay, unexpected identifier, ready state change, on line 74. So let's check that out. 74, where are we? Right here. Okay. So what's going on? Ajax.add event listener, ready state change, and then a function. This looks pretty much correct. So what's going on? Syntax error. So syntax errors are the easiest because it just means you typed something wrong. And ready state change, expecting a closing bracket. Really? Line 74. It's expecting a closing bracket here. Oh wait, no. No. What is going on here? Okay. Let's see. I don't see it yet. All right. Okay, probably tired. Let me remove this. Sometimes what you need to do is just remove some code, see if anything changes. You know, syntax errors are supposed to be the easiest to solve, but apparently I can't see what is wrong here. Let me do this. Yeah, right. It was still expecting a closing bracket here. So it doesn't look like there's any error here. Ah, see that? There's an error here. There's an opening quote but no closing quote. Okay, so that's what it was angry about. Yeah. All right, so things is good. Let's get back to business. Now let's try this. So clickety-click. Let me load this. And you see that we are good, means we managed to reach the Ajax page, which is awesomeness. So the Ajax page is here. And all we need now is to figure out if things were posted. So we've done that already in the sign up page. So let me just copy that. I know we're going to need both of these. So I will put those babies there. Also, we're going to need this if posted, like so. This too, we're going to need that. So great. So anything that's echoed here will be returned as a result, even an error. So request, new request. If something was posted. Now the problem with our posted thingy here, let me go to the request, is that it needs, so I guess this is the problem here. Remove this line here on line 24, where it has to have something in, oh, it actually does have something in the post. So scratch that, forget about that, it will still work. That's because we are actually sending other things apart from just the image. We're sending data type, ID, and so on. Now the image will be contained in the files property, not in the post. So files. So if we go to our request class, if you look, there is a way to get things from our files, which is just files. So key, if there's a key, if the key is empty, return all files. If not, blah, blah, blah. Great. All right, so what I want to do here is say, if something was posted, let's look for the data type, shall we? So we're going to say data type is equal to request. We can also use input instead of post. That's up to you which one you want to use. You can also use post or input, doesn't matter. Data type. Okay, so now all we need to do is check if data type is a certain way. If data type is equal to profile image, then we're changing our profile image, right? So what we'll do, let's just put this over here. All right. All right, so if the data type is profile image, let me remove this, we are good, otherwise we'll have problems. So what I want to do is, I also need to know on the other side what the data type was. So what I'll do is when we receive that information, so down here, if something was posted, let's go here. So down here, I want us to echo an array called info. But because we can't echo an array and we can only send strings, I want us to convert the array into a string using JSON. So it's called JSON encode. We'll convert an array into a string and echo it so that it's sent back as a response. So we're going to use this array called info. We'll create it here. Since we need to actually create it right here so that it's always there. So first of all, we'll tell it success is equal to false. And then we'll only set success to true when we actually do something. Then we can send other things as well, like a message if we want to. And this message may be empty to start with. All right, so yes, if this is what has happened, the image will be, the image row is going to be inside request files image. Now I got image there because that's what we named the thing that contains the file. So that's why I'm grabbing image from files, like so. So the image row contains information. So if you want here, we can just show what that contains, okay, so that we can see what's happening. So I'm going to refresh and let's try this. I'll do that. And this is what we get. So you see there's a name of the file, there's a full path to the file, there's the image type, it's JPEG. This is the temp file name where it's actually stored right now once you upload. This one shows if there are any errors. This one shows the size of the file. So if you want to limit file sizes, you can limit it here. If you want to check if there are errors, you can do that here. So what I want to do first of all is check if the file is the correct format and then move it to the right place. Okay. Now we can also use JavaScript to check the file formats before we actually try to post them. But it would take too long for me to type that as well. Not a big deal. Actually, wouldn't take that long. Let me go back to profile view. Right here, before I actually set the image to anything else, I can check its format. So we can say let allowed is equal to, so we're just going to make an array of allowed formats. So JPEG, JPG, maybe PNG. That's up to you what formats you want to allow, and maybe WebP as well, like that. So these, we assume these are allowed. Then let's grab an extension from the current file. So we'll say extension is equal to file.name.split, then .pop, like so. Okay, so file has got a name property which contains the name, and I want to split it using a dot. So anywhere where there's a dot, split into an array, and then pop will get the very last item from the array and send it here. So this will contain our file extension, but it may be uppercase. So we're going to say ext is equal to, actually there's no need for that. All I need to do is check if this extension is in there. So we'll say if ext dot includes, no, actually if allowed that array dot includes ext dot to lowercase. So we make sure it's lowercase. We're just checking if this array contains our file extension. If it does, but we only care if it doesn't. So if it doesn't, like this, what we do is we return. We move out of this function without doing anything. But that's not enough. We should tell the user that this file type is not allowed. So let's do an alert and say only files of this type allowed. And then we're just going to concatenate allowed. We're going to say allowed dot what's the one I'm using? I'm looking for the function which squeezes an array into a string. Oh, toString, yes. Oh yeah. Then the toString will be separated by a comma and a space like that, semicolon. So let's try this. Let's try a file that is not allowed. Okay. So here I saw an SVG. Did I? I'm looking for something that is not allowed. Maybe this one. Yep. So it says only files of this type allowed. Okay, great. Oh, but it's still submitted, so that's not good. That's not good. So what we would do to make sure that we only submit when things are good is let's move this guy out of here and let's put him only here after everything is good. We'll do that. But here it's just file. Like so. Okay, so like this, we will not post anything. So if for some reason, where is that file? I do that. Okay, so it doesn't post. All right, great. So things are good now. Let's go to the Ajax side. So here, once we grab the image row, I want us now to move the file. So all we do to move the file is just move uploaded file. That's all. So we grab the file name, this is the original file, and then the destination over there. So here I'll put that. This will be contained inside tmp underscore name as we saw earlier. Destination, we have to create that. So of course the destination will be inside a folder. So I'll say folder is equal to uploads. So let's confirm that the folder exists first. So if file exists, folder. Actually, I only care if it does not exist. So let's put an exclamation point. Here we'll mkdir, meaning make the directory. We'll put the folder. We'll give ourselves permission to edit it. And we'll put true for recursive folder creation. Okay, so here we've made sure that the folder exists, right? So if you find yourself that files are not being uploaded, just check if your PHP is allowed to create folders. If not, you can just go and create the folder yourself in the server folder. So then we move the file to that destination. Now I want to be able to resize the file as well. So once I move the file, I should resize the file. Now also it's possible that maybe the file does not exist. So we should check right here. So image row is this one. We should only do this if there was no error, right? So say if image row error is equal to 0. Okay. Let's move everything in there. All right, so we move that file. Now let's create destination. What is our destination? Destination will be equal to the folder. So because we are sending things to the folder, let's concatenate to that folder the file name. So the file name will be inside image, like this one, name. That's the original file name. But if you want to make it unique, just add a time variant there. So time gives you number of seconds since 1970, so it's always unique. So you can put time, concatenate to that, and you have yourself a destination. Also, we want to resize this image because it may be too big. So what we'll do is we'll just say image is equal to, let's do image class is equal to new core image. Now if we want, we can just do this, new image. This is the image class here, and then we can just load it over here, core image, just for consistency. Okay, so now that image class can actually resize our image to something we need, maybe like this, and say resize. Then let's put destination in there. You can also specify the minimum or the maximum resolution allowed. Could be 1000 pixels, could be, I think the default is 700. So if you don't provide, it will be limited to 700 pixels, but let's try 1000. Okay, and then here we can have a message and say profile image changed successfully. All right, this is good. Then we'll echo out this array and then reconstruct it on the other side. So without changing anything, let's try this. Oh, by the way, we've sent a file here to the destination, but we haven't saved in the user in the current user file. So what we're going to do is we have to write this in the user. So after all of this is done, let's see, do I have a user? Have I instantiated? Oh, I have. So I want to grab that and update. So I'm going to say user update. So I need an ID to update to. And then the information I want to update is just the image. So just do image and then give it destination as the value. Just the image column we're updating. Now we need to know what the ID is. What ID are we changing here? Now we can grab that from the, where can we grab this from? The most efficient way. We do send an ID in the post, but you can't really trust that. So let's just say ID is equal to user. Let's just get it from the session. So whichever the currently logged in user, that's the ID we are changing. Okay, so I'm going to refresh this, try this, and add a file. So there's a fatal error. So it says class image not found. Okay, fair enough. So which means the image was not resized, but did it save? No, because saving actually happens after the resizing. Okay, so let's go to the image class and see why it's in the model. You see that? That's why. So let's put model here. It's in the model namespace. So this time things should work. Very good. So you see success true, message, profile image changed successfully. The spelling of changed is wrong. Where is this? Let's move that here. Right. Very cool. So now if I refresh my page, it's still there. Look at that. So it is saved. Very cool. But I want, let's see. Let me try this one here. Yep. Now let's show this message properly. So what I would do is go back to the handle results section and here what I'm going to do is convert my result into I'll just say let obj is going to be equal to JSON.parse. That's how you do it on the other side on JavaScript. JSON.parse or JSON.stringify. So parse changes a string to an object, and stringify changes an object to a string. Just like JSON encode and JSON decode in PHP. So here, I'll mute this for a second, and then I'm going to say if obj.success So if there was success in what we are doing, let's check, maybe even before we are successful, I want to check the data type. Then let's alert the obj.message. That's it. Alert us to the message. If you want to refresh the page, you can, but there's no need since the image is already showing there, so we can leave it. What else? Yeah, I think that's about it. Something I had remembered, but I've forgotten now. Anyway, let me refresh. Let's try this again. Oh, what's happening? Actually, I shouldn't have refreshed, because there was probably an error and I forgot. Wait, why don't I get an alert? Oh, yeah. On this side, I didn't give the data type, right? So right about here, I should set data type in the info. So I'll grab this and put it here. I'll say data type should be equal to whatever the data type is right now. That way, when we send the information back, we know what the data type is. That way we can know what to do with it. So now it's gonna work. And let's try this again. Profile changed successfully, great. But we also need to delete the old profile picture, because if I go to public and go to actually uploads in there, you see there are many images exactly the same. So this is not cool. So let me go open this folder, delete all these files. So we should be able to delete the old one. So let's come back here. So what I'm going to do is what to do. We can grab the currently saved image from here like this. So what I'll do is I'm just going to say if file exists the image, then delete it. So say unlink, that's how you say delete. Let's delete the user's image that currently exists. Okay, and then yeah, I think that should do the trick. So now we have no image there, so let me try and let me add this one. Okay, good. So now we have this in our folder. Now if I change it, it should delete the old one. So let's see if it was deleted. Nope, was not. Why is that? Oh, because wait, why is that though? Let me click this. Let's add another one. Let me see if, no, it was not deleted. So this is not cool. Okay, what I'm going to do is, using this ID, I'll get a role from the user. So I'm going to copy that code from login controller. So where is that? Right about here. So right here, after declaring the ID, we can get a role from the user, but let's use ID instead. Okay, so let's grab that before we update. And then if the file exists from this row, the image like that, then unlink this same image. Okay, so there are 3 images in here. I should still see 3 once I'm done. Click. Let's come back. There's still 3. Okay, so let's just delete all of them first. So they should always be 1. So add this one, then let me add another one. So let's see. Wait, there's no image? What is going on here? Let me add one. So the problem is, once we update, we are deleting it. So that isn't cool. So let's move this after. Okay, so we update, we delete the old one first, then we update. Okay, so let's try this again. This, and then this. Refresh. Oopsie daisy. What is going on? Okay, so let's see here. If the file exists, unlink, and then update destination. This is fine, right? Okay, maybe there's an error going on, so I'll just do console.log result here so I can see that error. I'll inspect, open the console. That way when I do something, I'll see the error. Okay, so it's saying JSON.parse undefined. What is undefined? What is happening? Okay, I should do this conversion after, because this is causing an error. So let's do this again. Okay, so there is our error. Parse error, syntax error, unexpected token if on line 59. Okay, so it's just a syntax error because we are missing a semicolon there. Whoopsie. So let's try this, and then let's try that. So I should still just have one image in the, and that's true. That's what I have. So it's working fine now. Okay, so we're able to change our profile image. Now we should be able to post, right? All right, so one thing we forgot is the progress bar here. So let's add some progress here. Okay, so to add some progress, we go back to the, let me mute this, console.log. Now, to go back here, we need to check to see, wait a second. Okay, so we need to check the progress of the upload somewhere here. So what I'm going to do is add an event listener as well. So we're just going to copy, let me just copy this part here. and let me put it right there, like so, and then close bracket, like this. So the only thing we're changing is the event we're listening for, and it's named progress. Rightly so. Now the thing is, the Ajax object itself has another object inside it called the upload, and that's the one we're going to add an event listener to for progress. Now we're going to need the E over here, so I'm just going to say let % is going to be equal to, so we have two params here. There's e.total, and let's do this. There's also e.loaded, and divide these two, and then the answer to this, multiply by 100 to make a %. So e.loaded is how much data has been loaded. This is how much total data exists. So what we're going to do is make sure that it's rounded off. So we use math.round to do that. Okay, great. So % is done. Now what do we do with the %? We need to let's see here. Now the thing is, it's going to be hard to know which progress bar to deal with. So we're going to add an item here that will tell us the name of the progress bar. So here we're going to say progress bar is equal to, and here we're going to have, let's see here for a second. Let's call this one post pro. Let's get this one. Put it here. So that way we can grab the progress bar whenever we need it. So I'm just going to copy this, and we'll check if it was provided. Wait a second. I don't know if this is gonna work anyway. Oh yeah, so if it was provided, oh, wait a second. Okay, let's test it. We'll see if it's going to work. So right on the, maybe even here, I'm going to say var progress bar is equal to document dot query selector, and here we're going to put whatever is in obj.progressBar, like that. So I'm going to put a statement that if type of progress bar is not equal to undefined, then we do this. So which means if it exists, then let's create something. Okay, great. So from this, now we can wait a minute. We can add an event listener only if there's a progress bar. So we'll say if progress bar. Actually, what I should do is do this var progress bar is equal to null. That way it exists, and then we'll just set it to something here. That way we can check if progress bar, and then open and close bracket, and move this down like so. Okay. All right. So once we get to this point, we grab whatever the progress bar is, and then do our thing. So the first thing we need to do is, where is this? We unhide it by removing this class, and then we set the child to this child style and content to specific values. So right here, before we add the event listener, we're just going to set it to 0. So say progress bar dot style dot width is equal to 0%. In the same way, we're going to say, progress bar dot child dot children 0. So this is just saying the first child of the progress bar, which is this one. Let me show you here. This one right here. Okay, so that's what we are grabbing, but the child is this one. So the inner HTML as well should change. Inner HTML should be equal to that. And then during the progress, we're just going to change these values and set them to whatever percent is at the time. So I'll copy this, put percent here, and then put a plus and remove that 0. Alrighty then. But also, if progress bar exists, we should unhide it. So right here we'll say progress bar dot progress bar dot class list dot remove d none, like so. All right. That is great. Okay, so let's test that. Refresh, click, let's add a new file. Okay, so we didn't see anything, nothing happened. Did we get any errors? Let's check the console. Let's try one more time. Okay, so no progress still. What is going on? Okay. Let me do here a console.log to see what is contained inside progress bar. Let's inspect what happened. So it's empty, that's why. Okay. So let's see. Right. So here it couldn't find it simply because we needed to put a dot and concatenate that with the progress bar name. Okay, so I think now it will work. Let's refresh, click, and there we go. So that's what happens. So it goes 100%. Very good. Now, in order to clean everything up at the end, once everything is done, I want it to just refresh the page. I think that always works better so that whatever things you changed, you don't have to worry about them. So if data type, profile image, show the link, but then say window dot location dot href is actually we just say dot reload. Okay, so one more time, let's try this. Click, do that, progress, profile change successfully, reload the page. All right, very good. Now let's go to posting. So we just start with text for now. So we just say this is a post, right? and we want to be able to post that. So in the same way, this is refreshing like this, but I wanted to use a progress bar just like here. So what we will do is we will stop the posting. Let me grab right here, form post. So what I want to do is when we click on the post button, this one, the button type, let's change the button, or instead of changing the button type, let's just do on submit. Submit post. Let's create that, and then let's run an event. Let's send an event with it. So just like we did here, we're going to duplicate this file, this function, sorry, and this one will be for submit post, so that we can interrupt the posting process. And here we'll have an event. We just capture it using the word e, and the first thing we'll do is we'll say e dot prevent default. That way the form does not post, so we prevent it from posting so that we can do our very own posting here. The progress bar is changed to, we had a different one, this post prog, right? So I ended up using a different one. This is the one I should have used for the profile image, actually. So let me change that to this one. Only here we'll leave it as that. And also this progress bar here should come below the posting thing. That's when it will look nice. So we'll swap those. Okay. So that is done. Now we just want to, we don't have an image, so I'm going to mute this for now. And this is not profile image. It's going to be, we're going to call it create post. That's the data type. We're creating a post, and progress bar will remain that one. And then we send this, but we also need to send this information, the text area itself, and what it contains here. So what I'm going to do is just grab the, let's try and add maybe an ID would be more ideal. So we'll call this one post, like that. Or I'll call it post input, like so. Okay, so we just want to grab the post input. Now we can use this event.target and then grab anything named post input there. So we can do that actually. So with this, where is the submit post here? I will duplicate this. The post itself will be grabbed from the current target, which is the thing that created the event, which is the form in this case. So that's current target is the form in this case. And then the form, we're going to say query selector, so that we can find something within the form, and that is an ID of post dash input. Okay, so that dot value, like so. So whatever the value of this will be shoved in there. Okay, very good. So I think everything else should work as intended. Then we're going to send information through here, and then we'll handle results. So here we're going to have an else, and let's see here. If I grab this, let's check for an else if it's create post as a type. Then we're going to do exactly the same thing here. Let's just alert the message and then reload the page. Okay, I think that's adequate. Now if we go to the Ajax here, we do have this, but what about if data, let's see here, I want to put an else statement here, so let's put else, and then let me grab, where is this if statement right there. I will put it here. So if the type is create post, okay, then we'll do things here. So most of this we may actually need some of this because we will be posting an image as well. We'll be allowing that, but for now what we shall do is just grab okay, so this one just uses an update. We want the user ID. Okay, so I'm just going to get what's here and paste it there. So we do need the current user's ID, and maybe we can grab their role, but really there's no need. If fire exists, we don't need that for now. And when we are creating a post, we are doing an insert. And so also I need to instantiate another model here instead of user. Let me duplicate it from here. It's going to be post. We haven't created it yet, but we will. So let's make an instance of that. Yeah. So right, let me come here. We will say post is equal to new post, like that. We actually don't need to read from the users table at all. So here we say post insert, and then we don't need an ID when inserting, we just need an array of what we are inserting. That's it. So do AAR like that. So let's generate that array. So we're going to do AAR is equal to an empty, so that we start afresh just in case we've used it before. The post itself, we can get all that from the request input. So grab that and I will put it right here. So it's called post as well from the input. So we have that post. Literally that's all we actually need. Let's see what's cooking in the users table here. Oh no, what's happening? All right, there we go. So we don't actually have a table yet for this thing, so we can just use our imagination. That there'll probably be need for a date. Did I put a date anywhere here? No, not yet. So we'll use date like so, and then the format will be YMD HIS for the time. So that's the date of the post, and we also need to know who posted it. So we'll have a user underscore ID, which is exactly this one here. So let's put that over there. Now you can tab these along to make them look neater, like so. So post, user ID, date. What else would we need for a post? That's probably it. When the post was made, who the owner of the post is, and an image if we need to, but in this case we don't, so this is fine. We can always add new things later. So post created successfully. Okay, so this is it for the post. We are done. Now we need to go into the models section and create a model. So we have the user's model to use as a template guide. So let's just copy all of the things in the user model, create a new file in the models table, and then name this one post.php. So let's go up here and change all references of user to post. All right, great. Now the columns that we need, first of all, the table will be named posts, of course. And here we're going to have maybe an image that could be a thing. We're going to have the post itself, and then we're going to have the user ID and the date. We can add more things later. Let's go down to the table create. Of course, we always need the ID. Let's change that to posts. The image we will definitely need. Let me duplicate this one, int, and change it to user ID. It's an integer unsigned, but it's not a primary key or auto increment. You can give it a default value of 0, though it's not necessary, but. And then here we can have the post itself. Now, since we don't know how much text somebody needs, we'll just write as text. Now, this one can be empty sometimes because maybe you want to just post an image. That's perfectly acceptable. And what else? Here we just need the date. So let's remove all of these guys. Key can be user ID, like that. And what would be the other key? The other key would be the date. Maybe you want to search by date. That's up to you. Okay, that should be great for starters. And now the validation. So validation, we don't need to validate all of this at all. So I'll delete these guys. The only real thing we need to validate is the post itself. So just checking if it's empty or not. We don't need to filter it or anything like that. So we can say, please type something to post. Now later we'll change this for when we add images, but for now this should do just fine. Alrighty then. So now that we have our post class, we are very ready to start doing some. So it's gonna work here now. What else? But we need to create the table. So what page are we on? Profile view. Let me go to profile controller right here. So I want just to create the table. So here I'm just going to say post is equal to new post. Actually, we will need this to read posts. So I'll grab this the way it is, like so, paste, and then put posts. Using the post class. Instead of first, we're going to use the where so that we read more than one item. And we're trying to find everything by this user. So use the user ID, should be set to a specific user ID. We can use the user ID from the row here. So here I'm just going to say if row returned something, if there is a user row, right? Then let's grab some posts from that user. So let's see here. Okay, save. Right. So where user ID, I want to grab from that. Now, if you don't want to use this, you could do this, say equal to row and then equal again. That way, both of these variables will be equal to whatever we have here. So that way I can use a simpler version. So I'll say row ID. So that's the user's ID. So we're going to use that to read for posts that only this user actually created. Okay, but before we can do any of this, let's use the post variable to create our table. Okay, so once we do it once, and that's it. So let me just refresh my page, not resend, there's no need to do that. So controller post not found. So it couldn't find post here because we are not, we did not import the namespace. So let's refresh again. Now it's saying I have a syntax error. So I could go on. It says you have a syntax error near here 0 and then post text. So usually it shows you where it says near this, it means right there is a problem. So I know this is the query we're running, so that's why I've come directly here. So there is somewhere where there's a 0 right here. Okay, so when it's unsigned, I guess there's no need for a default value. So let me just remove that. It's not a big deal. And let's okay, great. So with that in mind, if I go back to post, I can now remove the create table function and everything should work. So let's just confirm that we've created a new table. So if I click on the database, there is a posts table now, which is awesome. Okay, so now let's just try to post something. Let's say this is a test post, like so. So let's see what problems we're going to run into if we try to post. Okay, post created successfully before even this completes. So it refreshed and look at that, we have a post and it says this is a post. Very nice. So now we have a few errors here, which is not a big deal. It just says undefined property username on line 4. Okay, let's try to see what is going on. Okay, so a post requires two things. So this is the thing I forgot. If we go back to a single post view, where is that post small view? You see there's post username. That's something we don't have in the post table. So we have to read the username of the current user to this, and that's where we should also get the image, because here this information is not from the post but from the user. So each post has a different user, we can assume. So I'm going to change this to user, like so. All right, so user. Now what I can do instead is I can put every user inside the post variable itself. So what I would do in this case is this. I would say something like post user username and user image. So we're going to add the user object, which will contain details of the user within the post variable itself. So since I know I don't have this, this will cause an error, but let's go back to profile.php profile view, where we are looping to add post small right here. So this post should have that info. So let's, like I said, we don't want to be doing a lot of logic in the view files, just some JavaScript. And also this, once you're done doing this, what you should do is move it to another file and simply import the file, but only do that when you are done and you're satisfied with the JavaScript, because caching can drive you nuts. If you try to put this in a separate file, every time you make edits, you may not see those changes take effect on your project. So it's better you move this file once you are done. You move this to a separate file only when you are done. Okay, so we don't want to put any logic in the profile page itself. So let's go here where we are getting the posts. So all I want us to do is loop through the posts and then grab the user ID of that post. So I'm just going to say if posts like that, then let's do something else. Now, what we can do instead of doing this is in the post model itself, we can create a function to run every time we read from the database so that it can add the user, because we always need the user information once we do this. So we could put that function here to speed things up. So let's try that. So I'm just going to say public. Now you can put these functions anywhere. Public function add user data. Just more descriptive like that. And then here I'm just going to say rows. So we expect to get some rows here, and we're going to return the rows again once we are done with them. So say return rows like that. And so what I'm going to do now is do a loop. So I'm going to say for each rows as key and row, single row like that. Now in my own MVC system that I created, I added an extra thing here, which instead of allowed columns, it's another property that lists the functions that should run after a specific operation. So maybe, for example, after a select happens, then I can run those functions, right? So we can upgrade our MVC to do that in a later video. For now, we're going to use it like this. Okay, so from here, we're going to say this, like, I'm just going to say result. I'll shortcut it with res. And I'm going to say this first, like that. And what I want to get from there is any user with a specific ID. And that ID will come from the row user ID. So these are the posts we are looping through. So we imagine this is a list of posts and we are looping through them. So one post at a time, and post has a column called user ID, which describes which user created the post. So in the users table though, this one is an ID. Oh, I see what the problem is here. The problem here is that we'll be reading from the posts table when we say this, like so, right? So unfortunately here, we're going to run the query function instead so that we can write our own query, unfortunately. Anyway, no big deal. It's all good. We're going to use the getRow function, which gets only one row, but in form of a query. So here we'll put a query instead, put a comma, but this will remain the ID and that, like so. So the query is going to be something like select all from users where ID is equal to ID. Don't forget that that full colon there, because this is a variable and it should match this one here. Okay, so if we get a result, whether we get one or not, what do we do here? Whether we get one or not, let's set it to rows, this particular key, And then let's create an item in there called user, and let's put res in there like so. Right, so if I go back now to the small view, post small view, it's very possible that the user was not found when trying to find the user information. So what we're going to do is just put 2 question marks at the end. In case that does not exist, replace it with an empty string. Here it can be an empty string for the image, but here the name of the user can be unknown, like that. Okay, as a substitute just in case. So with all that, if I now refresh, I should get more information, but apparently I'm not getting that information. It still says unknown, which is not right. So what is happening? So let's go back. Oh, that's because I didn't I only created the function here, but I didn't run it. So I'm going to copy this, go back to profile. Right here, you see we have data posts, right? So if data posts, meaning we got some result, we're going to do this, and rows will be replaced by that, and same thing here. So we're just replacing the information here with new data that contains users data as well. All right. Oh, actually, this is not a standalone function. It's connected to the post. It's inside the post class. So we need to do this to run this. So post arrow like that. Okay. All right. So if I now do this, as you can see, now I get the information I need from that post. So let's try another post to test and then submit. Post created successfully. There we go. Now we have another post here. So another post. This is a test post. And as you can see now, posts can be added here without a problem, right? Very cool. Now let's cater for images, because some posts we may need to put images there, right? So I can add an image input right about here. All right. So what we're gonna do is, let's go to the profile view, and there's a place where we have a post button. Where is that? Where busy post button? Right here. Okie dokie. Now, before the clear fix and before this button right here, I want to add an icon. And the icon will be bi. What will it call it? Image, just like the one on the top there. And then we'll say text primary. And I want it big, so H1 will do. Let's see. Okay, so right about there. Now it doesn't look too good, so instead of the text primary, it's going to be text. Is there white as a color though? Yeah, I think there is. Yeah, there we go. Awesomeness. So I want to add this into a label, of course, so that I can add that file input, right? So exactly like we did with the other one, I'll put a file input, type of file. The name doesn't really matter. We just put an ID so we can capture it, and this ID will be post underscore image. And what else? Name not required really. I just want to add a class and hide it. Okay, that way now, if I were to click on this, it brings me this thing to help me load a file. Now, of course, what I can do, is put an image thingy here. Why am I redoing this when I already created something? So what I would do is I would duplicate this function. It does literally the same thing as the other one on top, but this one is display post image. That's all I'm going to call it. It do exactly the same thing, but for a different item. So instead of profile image here, let's see what we get. Let me actually grab this whole thing. Maybe this whole thing here. Yeah, and put it right here. Boom. I'll use a div here. Wait, what am I doing? Oh no. No need for a div. I think this, let me change that to post image. Okay, so post image, which is the same as this one. Interesting. Now here on display image, change image should be removed, and then instead of here we'll put post image. This one will be an input, so let's add an ID to it. This one will be post image, but put input there. Okay, like so. Okay, great. Post image, blah 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 blah, done. All right, so let me change this to a div, this span. What I'm trying to do is put it here instead. So I am going to move these guys out of here. Control Shift up arrow key to separate them like this. Shift tab to move them back. And then I'm going to move this down like so. Okay, so let's see. Oh wait a minute. This one has some issues. Position, cursor pointer, that's fine. Text white here. All right, that should do. Let me refresh. Okay, that's how the image looks, but not ideal. First of all, let's remove the rounded. Margin 4, let's put M1, and then I'm going to say let's add a class here and say text center so that it centers the image. Then the image doesn't have to be this big, it can be 100 pixel by 100 pixel. Okay, so we add an image there, but it's already showing an image, so not cool. Let me actually just remove this. We don't need this because it's supposed to have a display of none. So why is it showing already display none? So what we're going to do is right here when we grab post image, the second time we're going to say dot parent node dot class list dot remove d none. So what we've done is we've grabbed the post image thing, which is this one, and then we grabbed the parent node, which is this one, and then removed the display none so that we can actually see it. So I'll refresh the page like this. There will be nothing, but if I click on this and add something, Oh no. Oh no. It triggered something else. So instead of display image, it should trigger display post image. So my mistake. So let's try this again. Let's click on that and add a photo. And there we go. So there's a photo. Now if we click post, it should post that photo as well. But the problem is we don't have the technical stuff here to grab the image, right? So what I want to know is if an image exists. So how can we know that? So I think you know the easiest way to do this is just to set a variable here. So let's just say var image, let's just call this post image added is equal to false. Let's start with that, right? Post image added equals false. Then what we do is we copy this to in here. Once we reach this point, it means we did indeed add an image, so let's set that to true. But if for some reason it says only this file type allowed, it means we've overwritten the post image added, so let's set that to false. Okay, so now all we need to do is check for that to see if an image exists or not. So we're just going to see if post image added, then we can actually include that in there. But let's grab an actual value. So the image is going to be set to post image input, not dot value, but dot files 0. So the first file that was added in that input will go here. All right, that means we've grabbed our image. And if I go to the Ajax side here, right here where we're creating a post, we can check if an image exists. So what we'll do is let's grab this right here. I'm going to go, let's just grab everything from here to there, then we remove what we don't need. So right about here I will paste. Okay, so to know, we're going to say if image, instead of error, we want to check for the name. So if not empty, if the name is not empty and there is no error, then we can go ahead with all of this. So all of this stays the same. We resize, we load it. User ID, we've already grabbed that, so let's remove that. We don't need to know the user role. We don't need to delete any old images at all. We don't need to update anything. We just have a destination now, right? So all we need to do, let me remove this and that, and this as well. So all we need to do is add image to array. Now the problem is array is emptied at this point, so we'll have to just check if destination exists, then we use it. So I'm just going to duplicate this and add one for image and just say if not empty destination, or I can just put destination directly like that and put 2 question marks and put an empty string like so. This will mean if destination does not exist, it will be equal to that. If it does, it will be equal to this. And then we'll insert that in there. Alrighty then, so that should work, yeah? So now that I've done this, I'll put some text because it won't allow me this is a post with an image. Let's try this. So wait, sorry, my bad. I should have refreshed the page to allow the JavaScript to work. Another test. Okay, so this one looked slower because it was uploading the image. And there it is. Look at that. We do have an image actually. So let's swap things around a little bit. If I go to post small view, there is an image that shows after the post, right? The post is here. So let me just swap these. We will start with the post first, and then the image will show down here. But the image doesn't need to be rounded. That's one thing. And we don't need to call it profile image at all. This one can be a 1. And width should be 100%. The height should be at least 200 pixels, and that should work. So let's refresh, and there we go. So we have a post with an image like this. Very cool. Okay, so that's how you create these things. Now, before we delve into the issue of comments here, I want us to finish up with the timeline and the search, because those things are easier, and even the user settings, those things are much easier. Now, yeah, I think that should be what we do next. Also, we're going to need edit and delete buttons on these posts here. So right on the post thingy here, we can add this right at the end. If I put a div like so, and then I can put an I tag like so. Let's put a class and bi. Actually, instead of messing with these, let's just put buttons, shall we? Button. One will be edit, one will be delete. All right, let's put some classes, shall we? Button, button, warning, and the other one is danger. These can be small buttons, so I'll put the button SM like so. Then let's put some MX1 margins on the X and Y, maybe just M1 all around like that. So margin 1 for, okay, there we go. So edit and delete, but I want it only in here, so maybe it was a good idea to put these guys in there like so, like this. Okay, so edit, delete, edit, delete, edit, delete. Very nice. And since we're going to be viewing each other's posts, it's better to show this only to the user, the current user, so the owner of the posts. So we're going to say if, for example, we know that user like this ID is the ID of the current logged in user. If this is equal to the ID of the post, the user ID, then this person owns this post. So only show that when that is true. And let's put our and if right there. So let's refresh. We do own that. Same thing goes to this one. We should only show that if, but we'll only be loading this this page. But in case this is what you want to do, so you can copy this. You can go to the profile view and hide everything you don't want other people to see. So just like this label right here. So we'll do that and put an end if right there, like so. Yeah, boom. Yep, like that. Okay, so undefined post. Okay, so it's not post, it's row in here. All right, because that's where the user information is. What about user ID? So this one, row, doesn't have user ID, it's just the ID because it's the user row. Okay, like this. Same thing here. Somebody should not be able to post unless it is their profile. So I'm going to grab this one more time and let's go to the posts. Wait a minute, what is going? Oh, okay. Thought I had passed this. So this div right here is for the post area. So let's just put, let me grab this end if here, put it right about, oops. Okay, like that. And let's move things in. Now, of course, please put comments here, like post area, like that, so that it's easier to see what's what, you know. Put these everywhere. And post area, just like that. Make it readable the next time you come back. Okay, good. So all of this is working as intended. Now with this in mind, let's create our home page, which is the timeline page. Instead of it having been like that, it should at least have some posts. Now before we move any of these posts to the other side, let's add some pagination and too much gap here. So let's see what's going on here. Is it this padding here that's doing the trick? Let me try and remove it. No, it doesn't seem to be. There should be some margin maybe on the header. So let's look at the header. Yep, there it is. So maybe this should be in the x-axis only. Yeah, much better gap than what we had. And maybe there's no need to write user profile because we all know this is a user profile. So let's remove that. Okay, so it's going to be like this. I think much better. So you can design this as you wish. Let's add some pagination. So pagination is easy to add because we have a pager class. Now you can try and go in through this, but I'll just explain how it works. You can go through it though if you want to change a few things. So we need to send pager down into the profile view file, and we know that to send something through there, we need to send it through this array here. So I'm just going to add it here. Actually, let me just add it at the top here. Actually, here. So it's in the core. So we just load that. That way we can instantiate it as well. So I'm just going to call it pager is equal to new pager. Now, since we're sending it to the view file, that's really the primary goal. I'm going to put it inside data, like so. Okay. Now with this, I want to create the conditions for pagination. Now that pagination will be used here when reading the posts, right? So I have to create it in advance here. So the first thing I'm going to do is, let me just put some pagination vars. Okay. So first thing I'm going to do is set a limit. How many per page? For now, I just want one item per page. so that we can see the pagination in action. And then we're going to need an offset, right? Now, for those of you that do not know how pagination works in the database, it's like this. You can read from the database by saying something like select all from users, and then you can put limit 10. So even if there are 100 records in the users table, it's just going to give you 10 records. That's it. But what if you want the next 10 records? That creates pagination now. So it will give you the first 10, but what if you want the next 10? So you're going to tell it to offset by 10. So which means it's going to ignore the first 10 and just ignore the first 10 and then get the next 10. And then if you want the third page, you do that. And then you just keep going. So you can see there's a relationship between this and this because this is a multiple of 10, just like that one, so that we offset by the limit here. So I created a formula that I use, and it's like this. It's like, what's the formula? It's offset, to know what the offset is, because really the offset is the only thing that changes when you're changing pages. The limit doesn't change. So to get the offset, you do page number, the page number minus 1, and then the result of this you multiply by the limit. This is the formula. But I already put this formula inside the pager class, so it would do that for you. All you have to tell it is what is your limit, that's all. So what I'm going to do is grab pager, because this is the class now. Right here, I'm just going to say pager. Oh, actually, when we are saying new pager here, we can supply the limit right here, and then it will sort everything else out. So as you can see, we need to have the limit created already before we can do any of this. So let's move things around a little bit. Limit is equal to 1, and then we supply that limit. By doing so, it's going to create an offset for us because it has all the information it needs. It knows what the page number is. It also knows the limit. So then we can find the offset. So since the pager knows the offset, let's grab it from there. So we're going to say offset is equal to pager offset, like that. So if you explore the pager class, you see that there is a public offset here which is set to 0, but then the moment you do a constructor and you load in the limit, whatever that limit is, it will do the calculation for you. First it grabs the page name, and then it does all this, and then it saves the offset at this point. So yep, this is all you need to do. So this is the variation you need, and then we'll use the limit and offset within our class here. Now the thing is, the way these classes are, if you go to the model, the main model, it does have a limit here, you see. So the model knows to limit its record to 10, but you can change this. Now for some reason, I don't know why I named this as protected. These should not be protected, but should be public. So I should have remembered to change this, but somehow I didn't. So this is in the model, core model. Change those to public so you can manipulate them from the outside. So you can change the ordering of the records to ascending if you want, or change the order column itself, or change the limit and the offset. So we just want to target the limit and the offset. So I'll remove that. So what you can do is, before you use, here is where we are reading from the database. So I'm going to manipulate this before we read and tell it that our limits will be equal to whatever the limit is that we've set at the top there, right here. Same as the offset, same thing. So we'll give it another offset before we read. As simple as that. Then this will enable our pagination. So that's all for pagination right now. So what this is doing is that if, for example, if I come here and refresh, and then you see that now it's only showing one record. But if I go here and type page 2, I'll put a question mark and say page is equal to 2, you will see that it takes me to the next post. And if I keep typing page 3, another post. But what I want is to have buttons here so I can just click on them. And the page has got you. So since we've put the pager inside the data variable, it means it's going to be available in the view file. So in the view file here, wherever you want to put the pager, I think let's put it after we've looped through all of these guys, then right at the end here. I'm just going to put some PHP tags and just say pager display, just like that. And it will. And there we go. So we have pagination. Look at that. So first page, there it is. Page 2, there it is. Page 3, page 4, page 5, and we are done. So go back to first page. Just like that. So now let's change our limit. So to change how many you want to see on one page, just change it here. Let's put it at 2 and see what happens. So refresh. Now we have 2 posts per page. Page 2, page 3, first page. Very cool. So let's change it back to 10. Like that. Okay. So with this now, we are ready to put the timeline on the home page. So home page is just a simpler version of profile page. So if I click home here, I can simply go to the profile view, select everything, and then put it in the home view. Select everything, paste. Now here in the home view, we're not going to be posting anything. We're just viewing other people's posts. This is where all posts from everyone will show. So we'll leave this here. Let's remove the post area like that. And what else? So these scripts as well for posting. So let's remove those. Let me see how this looks now. If I refresh. Okay. So it doesn't know the current user, which is raw. That's why it's complaining like this. So what I'll do is go back to the profile controller and copy everything from here up to the end here. Copy that. Let's go now to the home controller and paste that. So we'll ignore everything here, paste down here like so. So session, this is already done there, so let's remove it from here. What else? We have this session thingy, we have user, and we have post. So we are supposed to, in fact, even pager. So I'm gonna copy all of those as well and put them here. Never forget those. All right. The only difference is that now we're not getting posts from one user, but all of them. So we need to look for, let's just use the find all. So there's a function called find all where you don't need to give any params. You can check that in model, it's right there. Okay. This remains as it is. What else? I think that's about it. So let me refresh. What's happening? So row is still unknown, but why? This should not be the case. User. Oh, that's because we did not supply data down here. Okay, good. So let's do that. And there we go. So that's our timeline here. But we shouldn't show it like this. let's put these details over here. First of all, I'm going to remove the, let's go back to home page, home view. I need to remove the image changer, the icon. And then I want to put this over here. So what I'll do is this. I'll increase the width of this column to, let's say, 8. And then this one, so once it's at 8, let's see here. So this part contains the user info, this one contains so let me set this to row so that I can have these two side by side. So I'll do column MD, let's put 2 there, and then do exactly the same here, column MD 2, oh wait, maybe 8 there as well, and 4 here. So I want these to share the same row, these two inside, and yep, I think that's about it, really. Let me reduce this to 100 by 100, the user image, and also the name. Where is the name? Maybe an H5 tag instead. Okay, let's see what we've done. There we go. So current user here, and then posts down here. Now this is too big, so let me put this at 3 possibly, and then 9 this one, since it has to add up to 12 to take all the space that's available. Maybe even that is too much, so maybe 10 to 2. Like this. Okay, that's much better. So this is the timeline. We can put a headline there if you want, but that's about it. Now I want to be able to click on these to take me to the user profile, right? Whichever the user is. Right now we only have one user, but we'll have multiple users, so we're going to test that. But too much gap here. What's happening? Why is there too much gap? Oh, so there's a progress bar here. Remove that. We don't need it. Let's see. Didn't seem to help at all, but that's fine. It's not a big deal. So we need to have links to a specific profile. So as you can see, when somebody goes to a user profile, it just says profile page, but we can put a slash and add an ID at the end there. So what we can do is put a link. So I'm going to wrap this in an A tag, like so. And of course, every link must have root / profile, right? But then let's put an ID there. So we need PHP to extract that ID. It's inside row ID, because row contains the user, the current user profile here. But for each post it's different. So let's go to the post small. Right here where there's an image and a name, we're going to do exactly the same thing. Let's do this. Now the user data is inside post user, like that. So post user ID, great. That should suffice. So if I do this now, that's what you get. So now I can click to go to the profile, like so. All right. Now there's only one user, so it doesn't look very useful for now, but it will when we have many. Now since we have a 1 here to determine the profile, we're going to sort that out when we have, Actually, let's try it. Let's add another profile so that we can even search, shall we? So there's only one profile here. The search doesn't work. And also, if you've noticed, the image here doesn't change either. So don't know why. Let's try and sign out and log in again. Okay, so I guess it was a matter of logging in and logging out. Then the image is showing there. So in order for us to search, we will need a few more users. So let me log out and create another user. So we'll go to the sign up. User's name is Mary. Email address, mary@email.com, and a password. Let's accept the terms and create the account. Now we can log in, right? Mary. Oh, and by the way, we can put a message here. I'm going to show you how we'll do that. We already have the code for that. So password, enter. So for the next one, we will do that. So as you can see on the timeline, the user is seeing somebody else's posts here and not their own. So this is working. But if I click on this, it takes me to my profile, which is a new profile. Let me type a post from Mary. And let's add an image so it's more interesting. Let's add a WebP image. Very nice. Look at that. Let's change Mary's profile photo. And let's put whatever we can put here. Great, look at that. So goodie. And now we can go to the home page and look at that. There's posts from Mary. Now if I click on Mary, great, it works. But if I click on this other user, it still takes me to my own profile. And that's because on the profile controller, it always gets the ID of the currently logged in user. But what we can do is we can make an option and say if it's not provided, if there's no ID provided here, then use the current user. If there is though, try and use that. So we'll say ID is equal to, and here I'm simply going to use the URL function. Now if you remember the URL function, let's go to functions here. There is the URL function somewhere down here, which is this one. So this one gets the contents of the URL. The first one is the page, the next one is the section. Now, if you don't like using names, you can just use these numbers. So let's look at here. The first one is the page, right? Profile. And the second one is the one that contains the ID. So this is this one. So we can either call it slug or section. That's up to you, or just put a 1. Either of these will work to grab this item. So section, slug, or 1. So in my case, I'm just going to say URL let's just say 1 or slug, like that. Let's go back. Wait a minute. I want to see what it returns if it didn't find anything. Oh, it returns no, so that's good. So what I can do with that is that I can put double question marks like that, so that if this does not exist, then it uses the current user. And that's all you need to do really. So let's go back to the home page. And if I click here, oops, undefined constant URL. Sorry about that. This is supposed to be a function. So my bad. Functions use open these kind of brackets, not those others. All right, so let's refresh, and there we go. Look at that. So now I can click on Mary and it shows Mary's profile. If I click on this other user, it shows this user. And notice that I don't have access to change the profile photo or post anything here because it's not mine. But when it's mine, I do have that access. Right? Right. Great. So that does it for the home, the timeline of the home page. But let's use the search feature here so that we can search for people. Now the first thing we need to do is make sure it goes to the search page once we type something here and press enter. All right. So since this thing is in the header view, all we have to do is give it an action to a very specific page. So the form is right over here. The input should have a name. I'll name it find. And then in the form, I'll give this a method of get. Actually, I don't need to give it a method since get is the default, but why not? Let's give it an action as well. Now this one, let's put a route. So we tell it where to go. It should go to the search page. Simple as that. So regardless what page we are on, if we try to search, it will take us to the search page. So I'll do hello, and we are on the search page. But we don't get any results. But notice that the get variable has a find thingy here called hello. So we can grab that data and use it for searching, which is pretty simple. So I'm just going to close all files just so that you see exactly which files I'm working on. So of course we're going to need the search controller here. And in the search controller, we are searching for users, right? So the user class is a model. So we'll say user. And here let's just instantiate it. I'm just going to say user is equal to new user as usual. And then let's put data here so we can send some data. And I'm going to say data rows is equal to, actually this should come after, user. Now since we are searching here, the query has to be very specific, so we can't use the where clause. We have to use the query function so we can actually type a query. So the query goes something like this: select all from users, select all columns from users, where username. Now when you're comparing, you use the word like, and then let's put that variable there. We'll call it find, where username like find. Now if you want to match the email as well, you can say or email like again find, like so. So you can search for both email address or name like that. But what is the find? We have to put it there as part of the array. So what I'll do here, instead I'll put AAR as an array, which I'll create here. So first things first, let me set it to an empty array. And then I'm going to have to put a key called find in there, since that's what I used. And this one will come from the get variable, right? The get, and in there we have find in the get. But if it does not exist, let's just add a no. Right. And then we'll say if ARR find is a thing, then let's read from there. Now if find is not a thing, then data will not exist, so this will cause an error. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, set data to an empty array as well, so that it always exists. And then if find actually exists, let's add some wildcards so that it can search properly. So say find is equal to %, dot find dot %. So all I'm doing is I'm adding % to whatever text was typed by the user. These mean compare the text given, but it shouldn't matter what comes after it or before it. So if for example you just want to search things that match the beginning of the text, you can remove this %sign here and just use one of them, so that it doesn't matter what comes after the text, but this side should matter. So that's entirely up to you. And this is all we really need to do. Now we just need to search for rows. So if I go to this search view, once we are here, like so, I can put some PHP tags over here, and we can then say show rows. Now rows will not always exist, so might get an error. Well, look at that, I don't see any errors. Show rows. Why is that? Let's go to this search. Because there's something in there. Right. Okay, so no results, right? Let's search for M. And there we go. We got 2 records here. There's this one has M. In the email, right? Just like that. Mary, what about R has both? This is tougher than I thought. What's not in here and in here that's in some of these? How about H? Okay, there, 1 record. But let's display them a bit better, shall we? So for the display, we'll go here, we just want to show users. So I'm going to copy exactly what's like on the home page, this part here. I'll just copy this div, come back to the search view, and paste it right here, like this. Right. So yeah, let's put this in the center. MX auto. Maybe center this as well. So at this point, this is just design, so you can do whatever you want here. Okay, now instead of posts, this changes to row. Okay, so this view, this one will be user. I'm just going to call it user. This is a view file. We'll call it user small, actually, so that we know it's a smaller version of user. And then display pagination as well, which is cool. Now, user small does not exist, so we're going to have to create it. Now, I want it to look just like the in post small, this part right here. Where is this part? This one right here. So I'll copy this, new file, paste, save. I'll call it user-small.view.php. All right, so instead of here, we're expecting row to contain all this useful information. So we're just going to say row. Don't forget the $sign. And that's about it, really. So if I now refresh this page, I'll get the user and the name, but undefined variable pager, that's because we did not create it here. So instead of reinventing the wheel, we're going to go to profile where we have used pager and grab, where are those variables? Right about here. So back to search. Let me put them here like this, and then don't forget to grab that as well. And what else? This part here that sets the limit and offset right before you read from the database. But in this case, this is actually a different case because we are typing in an actual query of our own. So we can just put those values here. So when we get to find like that, we can just say limit, and then let's put the actual limit variable, and then say offset, and then let's put the actual offset variable like that. So here we are telling it to limit to that and offset with that. All right, that way we can paginate the search results as well. If I go there, go there, as you can see right there. So let me try one with more than one result. This is what we get. So I want the results to be together. So what I would do is this loops here. I'll call this one a row, and then go to the user small. Here, let me first add some padding, and then this one is column 3. I think that's fine. And then mx or margin, maybe 2, like that. So let's try this. Okay, and then let me center them. So I'll go back to the search view, and we'll say justify content center. I hope that will work. Okay, there we go. So results right here, and if I click, it takes me to their profile like that once I do the search. But here I want to see what I actually searched for. So I searched for Mary. I don't see that there. Now remember that we have a function called old value somewhere here. Where is that? Old value, this one. And we can specify the mode, whether it's post or get. So old value, let's give it a key, let's give it a default, and that mode there. So I'm just going to go to the header. Where is that header? Boom. Right here in the form, I'm going to give this a value and say old value. And then here I'll give it a key. The key is find because that's the name of this input. Default value is emptiness, and then the mode is get. Simple as that. Now if I refresh the page, you see the text I used to find this. So as you can see now, let me add some shadowing here. Use a small shadow, or maybe I should have just added a border instead. Maybe that would have done a better job. Let's try border and round it. Let's see. All right, so it's entirely up to you how you want to do these things. Then maybe the this, let's move that to 100. Oops. And let's refresh. Yeah, so you can set these things up as you wish, but so far so good, right? Great. So we can search, we can go home, we can go to a specific profile. This is awesome, right? Yep. And let's do profile settings and the rest of these things, yeah? Now, in order for us to be able to edit and delete posts and even add comments, we need to be able to move this post to a single post view, right? So if I go home to the timeline here, I should be able to click either on the image or read more button or something. Or let's just say maybe comments. So let me go to the post small view here, and let me put one extra button down here to take us to the promised land of viewing the actual post. So I'm going to grab the a tag here, just so I don't have to type it again. Let me put that like so. Now this one will go to single post, which will be post like that. But then here we'll need to show the ID of that post. So post and then ID, and that's it. So I'm going to copy this to the edit and delete. And then the closing tags, of course. Then I'm going to pad them over like that. Now the only difference is that here where we say post, here we're going to change to edit slash, and then here delete slash. So as you can see, this will be the function it will be looking for. This is the page, which is the controller. Inside the controller, to look for the edit function or the delete function for this to occur. And here, just instead of delete, it's going to be comments like that. Okay, great. And then this one will be primary. Okay, so if I come back here, now I have the comments button, right? But the problem is it's outside this div, so I need to change things around. So let me move the div itself outside like so, so that it can hold all of them. Buttons like so and like so. Cool. Let's refresh, and there we go. That's much better. So comments, nothing there. Comments, nothing there. But now at least we have an edit button and a delete button that leads somewhere. We just need to put things there. Now we need to be able to click on the image as well to send us to the comments section. So we just, if the image exists, let's put that a tag there, exactly the same, no difference. Okay, so refresh, and now we can click on the image. Very cool. Okay, so now for the commenting, I want to be able to see this post there where I'm supposed to comment. So I'm just going to click on this. Boom. So I should see a post here, right? So in order for that to happen, let's just copy what's on the home view. So I'm going to go to the home view here and copy everything and go to the post view, paste right there. Okay, that's all I needed. And we're going to copy what's also on the home controller. So pretty much everything here. And I want to paste this inside the post. So I'll do this. Session is repeated. And then let me make sure I have data down here. Then go back to the home PHP. Pretty much I'll need all of this, but the pagination will be for the comments, but it doesn't matter for now. Let me just grab this whole thing up to here. So copy, and let's go to post and paste. So now I want to grab the ID of, so here there's public post. Actually, to grab this ID, all I need to do is go to here and just say ID like so is equal to no. Now because we already have a system, we don't even need to do this. We already have a system there that will grab the page name, and then the remaining of params will be sent here. So I'm putting is equal to no because that's a default value. In case it doesn't exist, in the URL, it won't cause an error. So that will be our ID. So let me remove this. I don't need to know the current user, so this also here is repeated, so let me remove that. I don't need to know the current user, so I'm just going to remove this part. Yes, remove. This one too, and that one too. Let's do this. So the limit and offset are not for the post. They're going to be for comments, so I'll remove them for now. So here, the post, single post, is going to be equal to post, and we'll do first, we just want that ID that is equal to the current ID. Simple as that. So we're just reading one item, and then once we read it, we add, this is the problem here. Oops. See, the problem is, this is meant to receive multiple rows, but here we have only one row. So what I'm going to do is use the where function instead to grab it in form of an array of rows, even though it's one. But once we are done here, I'll do this. I'll say data post is equal to data post 0, just the first one, and then we are done. Okay, so instead of posts, it's single post. Okay, nice. Then now I go back to the post view page. So all this is all good, but then there is a loop going on here, but I don't need a loop since it's just one record. And instead of posts, it would be single post, and post small, post this view. Okay, that does it. We don't really need the pagination, but I'll leave it be. Class posts name is already in use, cannot declare posts on line 15. Okay, so we have a problem here. We have a little problem because we've imported a post and there's a post class here. So maybe we can do as, I don't know if this is possible, as let's try this. Would this work? That's true. So it actually works. Look at that. So I can say use model post as, let's just call it my post. So here, instead of instantiating as a new post, we'll call it my post like this, as we have done here. So we've given it a nickname there because it's conflicting with that one. It should know exactly which one we are talking about. And there we go. Things worked out. I just need to remove this column here. We don't need it. So let's go to the post view section, and that column is this one, which we do not need absolutely. And this one, I don't need to put that column thingy. I'll just do this, and there we go. So no need for the comments thingy because we're already here anyway. But I can leave it. Edit and delete. Yes. Great. Look at that. So on the home page, I can click on this one, and there we go. We see that. But I think we need a different, we'll say post foo here. So So what I'm going to do is copy everything that's in post small view, copy, and then go to views, new, paste, save. And instead of post small, this one will be post full, so that it's just different to the smaller one. This one doesn't need the comments link because we're already on the comments. And what else? Something else I needed to remove. I needed to let the height of the image go to full mode. Let's remove this object cover fit. All right, that way we do this and we see the full photo. So back home, and let's see the full photo of this one, which is nice, very nice. And the post. Still, we need to be able to edit and delete. So let's fix those before we go down to comments here. And I want us to, let's start with the delete because that's easier. So right here on post full, I'm going to copy, this is post full page, new file, paste, and this one instead, I'm going to save it as post delete. Right. Then I may have another one as post edit. Paste, save. This one will be post edit. Okay, now let me close all files just to start again. So since we have post edit, post delete, now I can go back to the post controller. And exactly what you're seeing here, I'll duplicate this function. Now we can have the edit function instead, and then duplicate it again and have the delete function. As simple as that. So everything remains the same. So this is the delete version of things. So we don't need to have these buttons down here from the delete. So let's go to that delete view. All right. First thing I want to do is at the top of the view here, I want to put, oh, this is a row thingy, eh? So this won't work. Let me put it above here. And I'm going to put a class of alert and say alert danger text center and say, are you sure you want to delete these posts? Okay, let's add a margin of 1. Let me see what we've got now. Okay, so I can't see that, and that's because here we are sending this to post, but we should send to post edit view and post delete down here view for each of those functions. So let me refresh. Look at that. Okay, let's fix that. All right, so let's look at the difference between this delete part and this one, because it should look kind of like this single post view. So let's go back to the code. So this is a post delete, but let's look at post foo. I think there's this row missing here that connects the two. So what I will do is put the row up here, and let's duplicate this div ending and put it after. We don't need the HR anymore. So let's see. All right, doesn't seem to have changed anything at all. All right, so why is it not changing a thing? So there's this part. Right, so there's this part here in the full, let me see, PG light and that and this. Okay, so it seems everything is fine now, or should it? It should be. Let me push these in so I can see a little bit better. Post delete. I hope this is the right. This is weird. Maybe what's missing is the right. The difference here is that let's go to post view. We are putting post view in here above these guys over here, the header and all of this. So so we need to mimic this kind of situation, but instead let me just pull everything from here. Let's start with this one. Let me grab everything above this. So copy this, go to the top there and paste it. And then I will move everything until we have cleared this area. Then come back again to the post view. Make sure I grab the bottom part as well. So copy that, post delete down here and paste. All right, that should do the trick. Okay, there we go. Are you sure you want to delete this post? So the post will look like this. We don't need the delete button. We just need the one that submits now at this point. We don't need the edit button either. So what we're gonna do is let's remove these guys from here. Actually, maybe what I can do is put this as one of these as a back button. So let's try back. The back button should take us to the exact post. So let's just remove the edit part like so. And then let me put type on this one. I'm going to say type is equal to button so that it doesn't submit when I click it. And then this one doesn't need an A tag. Let's remove that. Let's also make it float to the other side. So let's say float end. And this one, instead of warning, let's put secondary. Right, so there we go. We have buttons now. Let's come back here and refresh, and there we go. So back will take us here if I click delete. And then are you sure you want to delete? If I say delete now, then it should run the delete process. Okay, so let's see here. Now the issue here is that on the post, when we are posting, we are using Ajax, okay, the Ajax request. So I would rather we use exactly that same process again, even here. So what I'm going to do is, let's see here. We could receive an ID from here as well. So I'm just going to say ID is equal to no. Actually, we want to receive an ID from here. We'll only receive one when we go to the edit part. So this one is create post, and this does something else. Okay, no problem. So what can happen here? Index, edit that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is duplicate this function here to make an edit function as well. Okay, so Let me move this here and duplicate, select all of this up to here, Ctrl Shift D, leave the last one there. So this function is for edit. Whenever you want to edit, it will pass through here. So say edit like that. This is where we will need an ID. Here, not so much. So I'll remove that. Okay. Okay, so here we may need an ID, so I'll leave it like that. But when we are checking for the data type, there might be, let's make one that says post edit, and then there will be one post delete. Okay. Actually, this may complicate things. So what I would do instead is, I think let's just put our if statements here and forget everything else. Okay, my bad. Let's remove this. I've just figured it will make much more sense if we do it the way we've done it here. So I'm going to grab this, duplicate from the else statement up to the end there, Ctrl Shift D. Let's go down and see what's happening. So there's this part that echoes. Okay, so I've made a mistake in my duplication, so I'm going to undo that. I want to duplicate from here and match this opening bracket, which is actually here before this echo Ajax. So let's try that. Ctrl Shift D. Okay, much better. So this one is for delete post instead of create post. All right, so we'll leave everything else. There's an ID there. We won't be needing any of this image stuff, so let's delete that. We'll need this post new thingy, so we'll leave that. And then all we really need is an ID of the post. So here we're just gonna have a post ID to tell us what post it is. So say post ID. Okay. And post ID there is going to be here. Post, we will put post ID. And that's all really that we need. Yep. Now we must make sure that actually here it's just ID that I need. We'll put it as ID there. Let's remove the date. So we need to make sure that only the user that created that post can delete it. So we should include user ID as part of the question. So post instead of insert, of course, we'll have delete. And for delete, we simply need, actually, we don't even need to do this. We simply need the ID here. But it's important to check if this user actually owns the current post that they want to delete. So what we're going to do is read from that post. So there's post create here, there's profile image. Okay, so it seems we are not actually reading from the post at any point. So I'm going to do that right here. So I'm just going to say row is equal to post. And then let's get an ID from there. Post first, like that. And then we use the ID. So we're simply looking for a post with that ID. And then we're going to say if the row came back positive. Let's check a few things. Okay, so we'll say if the row user ID is equal to the ID, this one, because that's for the current user. Oh, wait a minute. ID is actually, right. So we do need this after all. Okay, let me change a few things a little bit. Let me move here. So this one is user ID. So let me just say it as user ID like that. It's better. And this one is the post ID. So that way we can tell the difference. So the post ID and the user ID. Okay, great. Then here, what I'm looking for is the post ID like that. Okay, so once we grab the post, what I want to know now is that the user ID of the row is the same as the user ID of the current logged in user. If they are the same, then and only then should we delete. And with deleting here, we will use the post ID like so. Okay, very good. Let me remove this, and then the info post deleted successfully. Now this should only be success if we actually went in there like so. What have I done? Let me move them inch by inch. Okay, like so. Okay, great. Okay, very nice. Now the post edit will be similar to the post create, so let's just change a few things. So I'm going to shift select this else statement up to here to duplicate the post create. So Control Shift D, and then this is edit post. Now with the edit post, we will need a post ID. So there's an ID here, but we will need to grab the post ID which will be sent through. I'm going to grab this just so I can put it here. We'll call this one, what we call this, post ID. Actually, let me just do this and say post ID. So there's user ID here, just so we can tell the difference as always. And there we go. So there might be an image as well that comes in, so we can allow this to deal with the image, and that's fine. And then if there's a destination, we will cover it here. Now the thing is, with an edit, if somebody doesn't provide an image, we shouldn't override the existing image, right? So what we're going to do is, only when destination is set is when we're going to set this. Otherwise we won't. So I'm going to say if not empty destination, then only then should we set it to this one. So there's no need for this question mark, since we already have an if statement there confirming its existence. So we only add the image when we need it. And then we have post, the actual post, that's fine. User ID, we change that to user underscore ID, because that's what we've changed it to there. And then we don't need to rewrite the date, so I'll remove that. And then here, instead of insert, we have the update function. So we do give the array, but we also need the post ID. So I'm going to copy post ID there and put it as the first parameter. So if you go to the models class, you will see the update function, and you can go through it to see how it works, but it just wants you to pass in the post item ID and then the array of the data you want to update, and it knows where to, it will create a query on its own and do the update. So there is post edited successfully. Okay, so yeah, this is what we needed for this. Now when where is this post edit? We actually need to do some wait a minute here. Where is the post model? Post model has validate, right? So let's put ID here on the other side, and let's give it an default value of no, so that when we are editing, we supply an ID, just to tell us that we're in edit mode. So here, post, please type something to post, but sometimes we may have an image instead, right? So if there's an image, we need to allow it as well. So here I'm going to say data. I will change this to post data, and then I will also add files data for the images. So then I'll change this to post data. It's only on one place actually, so do that, post underscore data. Okay, great. Now please type something to post. We should only ask if this as well is empty. So if empty, this one, and at the same time the files data is empty, this one is inside, wait a minute, let's go to Ajax, let's see, it's inside image, right? So let's go back, files data, wait a minute, image, I think name, there's only one file at a time that we will be, wait, image row, rig files, okay, I'm going to assume this one has name like that. The name is not empty, then only then should it do that. Okay, and that should do actually. So let me come back to create post, and we should validate the data. So what I'm going to do is, what do I do here? If the validation fails, so I'm going to come here and say if post, where did I create the post? Post is equal to new post, so I need this at the top there. So if post validate, like so, then let me put this guy, image row, in there, and also the post row in there. Let me move this here. Okay, so where is the post row? Post row comes from request post, so I'm going to do that here. Okay, now the reason I'm adding these things is that this request post will get everything from the post request and send it here. This one, image row, has gotten everything from the files section, so we could instead do that, put files here. I think for consistency maybe we should do that. And then I can move this a bit lower in the food chain, like so, and then let me open my brackets and close them. So all of this should only happen if that was successful. So I'll put it all the way to the end and push everything over like this. Okay, so the validate wants post data and files data. So let me change a few things here in the validate. So files data no longer has this. It should have first image as the first item and then name, like that. Okay, good. So let's come back here. Now if this is good, we are good, but the else statement should give us a different message. So here I'm going to come back, copy and paste. Success will be false, and then the message will be please type something to post, or what I can do is just grab all the errors from the post variable and send them through the message. So message here is going to be, let's implode the errors. I don't know if this is a good idea. Anyway, there's only one error, so what I'm going to do is just type it like, there's only one possible error here, so please type something to post. But also it's possible that the image could be false here, so maybe to just ignore that, please type something to post. Okay, I'll leave it there for now. Now exactly the same thing I'm going to copy. This is for the create post. Let's go to the edit post, and I think here we will leave that. Now this one is a bit tricky because when we edit a post, it might already have an image, but you don't want to type something. So this is a little bit weird. Yeah, this is gonna be tricky, but let's put that if statement anyway. Let me move this. Oh, this is already here, right? Okay, I'll leave this for now. Let's test if things are working to start with. So delete and edit should work just fine. So let's go back to the delete view and try to delete that post. So back here, if I refresh like this and click delete, so the delete didn't work because we don't have an actual form. So let's put a form here around the contents of this, and then let's also put a hidden field in here with the ID. So I'm going to move maybe here and put an input, because we do need at least one input of type hidden. I'm going to name it, actually the name is not important, I will have an ID instead, and then this ID will be post underscore ID, and then its value will be post ID. So copy that and put it here. Let's echo that post ID, and let's close that. All right, cool. Now let's copy exactly what the Ajax we used on the profile page. So where is that? Profile view. We had, let me go down here. So I'm going to copy everything here, including the script tags. So all the script tags up to the end, copy, come back to post delete view, and right before the footer, let's paste that. Now we can remove what we don't need, like change profile image. Let's remove that. And also let's submit posts, send data, under resort. Wait a minute. Let me remove this console.log, not needed here anymore. Let's go back again to the profile view and remove that console.log there. Okay, back to post delete. Okay, so there's submit post right here. Now if I go back to the profile view, I need to copy what the form is here. So I'll copy that form part, bring it back to post delete. Let me see where I can add this, maybe above this div. So let me monitor where it ends and put a closing form tag. Oops, look at that. Okay, and right above it I'm going to paste my form like that. Okay, great. Now it will submit. So to submit the post, this is in the delete field. So here we're just deleting. That's all we are doing. There's no need for post image added because we're not adding any images. So e.prevent default, this is fine. We're not going to be loading any files. The only thing we want really is the item with an ID of post ID. Okay, so I'll call this one post ID, and here we will call it post underscore ID. Then data type, we'll change this to delete post. We'll leave that as it is. We don't need a progress bar in this case. I'll remove that. Send data, we don't need, maybe we need the progress bar. Let me just leave that be. Why not? I'll go to the profile view. Here it says the progress bar is post prog. That's the one we are targeting. So let's go back to the post view and try to find that. I'll go with a search, and there it is. So just after the form, that's where it is. So post delete here. Let's go right after the form and add that progress bar. That way we can see some progress, even though it will be very brief, but that's fine. So yeah, I think we have everything. Let's come down here and see what's going on. We append to the form whatever is in the object, which is right, and everything else is progress bar. We're sending to the Ajax side. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yep, I think that does it. Handle result, what does it do? Here there's only one result because we're just doing one action, which is to delete. So no need for this if statement here. So we can remove one of these guys. Oh wait, yeah, it does exactly the same thing. So let's remove one of them. We don't need an if statement for it. All right. So we get the message. Now we should check, first of all, if there was a success. Either way, we need to read the message. So now I'm going to check if object.success, then we can reload the window. Now instead of reloading the window, we want to send ourselves to another part. Now remember that every time you want to put a link, you should put root. So here the href will be, let's echo out root from the PHP side. So don't forget to put these quotes around it. And then it's going to be root slash. Now we have deleted this post, so we can't find it anymore. So better to go to the profile page of the current user, right? So I'm going to say profile, just like that, and that will take us to the profile of the current user. All right, so let's test this. I'll click here and let's click delete. Post deleted successfully, and then we are back here. You see the post does not exist anymore from here, which means it has worked. So let's try again. This is another post. Post created successfully. Very good. Let's delete this post and let's click delete. Deleted. It's gone. Okay, cool. So another post with image. Let's try that. Click on an image. Let's add an image and let's hit post. Created successfully. There we go. Delete, and I guess we can delete. Now the important thing I forgot is we have images in the post folder. So we need to delete that image as well. So what I'm going to do is, where we're deleting here, once we delete, we did have that row originally. So I am going to say if, actually after the delete, it doesn't really matter here though, but let's just try and do it after. So I'm going to say if file exists, yeah, if file exists, row image, like that, then let's unlink it. So we're just going to say unlink row image. Okay, so we delete that file if it exists. Now this may be empty, so we're just going to be tempted to put those double question marks and put an empty string. That way we don't give it an empty string if it's a no. Okay, great, awesomeness. And here we have the edit working, but we just don't have the edit view itself. So let's just hit back. So what I'm going to do is, if I click edit now, we'll have the same problem we had with the delete, but we know how to solve this problem. So let's go back. What are you gonna do? I'm going to copy what's here. Wait a minute. Actually, you know, seems like it would be easier to copy the delete part into the edit part. So I'm just going to copy everything from the delete view, then go to the edit view, select all and paste. So let's add some changes now. So if I refresh, it's asking me if I want to delete, but that's not what we want. So let me remove, are you sure you want to delete? Let me remove that line. Maybe I can replace it with a div that says post edit. So I'm going to put maybe an h5 and say edit post and close that h5. Let's see how that changes. Okay, so edit post right there. Let's center it, right? Let me close that as well. Okay, good. Cool. Let me refresh, and there we go. Edit post. Good. So we want this text to be inside a text area instead, right? So what I would do is I'll just copy what we had on the profile view. That would be much easier. So over here, I'm just going to grab this whole part here. Where is this? This one, div. Wait. Copy that. And let's put that right in the post edit part. So date, instead of this post text, I'll put this part here. All right, then move this over here. I can remove the progress bar here since we have it at the bottom there, so no need. Let me just, this is form. Let me push these guys over like that. I don't need this submit because it's already there, so let's remove the form. Also remove the end form tag, and let's push these guys back a bit like so. Okay. Now on this what's on your mind, I'm going to get this instead, the post, cut that. Let me delete this, and I will put it inside the text area like so. Oh, maybe I don't need to do that. Let me just do this, close that, echo it like so. All right, so let's see what that does. Okay, so the post is in here now, so I can add a new image if I wanted. So this is the old post image. Let's change that to save instead of delete. So this one changes to save instead of danger. I'll leave it at danger, like that. Okay. Yeah, let's see. Okay, cool. Now if I want to add something here, it won't show. That's because we don't have that code that shows that. So let's go back to the profile view and look for that code that does this. So where is this? Display image. Wait a second. This is down here, is it? Why is this above here? Anyway, let me grab this function that displays the image. It does that right here, right? Okay, great. So that's already part of it. So go back to post edit. Right, we can put this anywhere really, but let me just put here. As long as we put script tags, then we can put some JavaScript anywhere. So I'll paste that, move it to suit my area, like so. Okay, cool. So let's test that one more time. I'll refresh, click, load. So it loads an image there as we do this. Very cool, very cool. Now at this point, it does matter if we are loading an image. So actually, this script tag down here, we should get what's on profile view instead. So down here, let me select the one on profile view, copy, because it resembles that a whole lot more than from the delete. So I'm going to paste, replace on the edit page like that. Okay, fine. Now change image is not a thing, so let me remove that because we're not going to be changing images here at all. Okay. Very cool, very cool. I think the rest should stay except, let's see, profile image, create post. So we're only editing posts here, so none of these if statements will make sense. We are doing one action, so no need for that if statement. We will get the alert message, but only if there is success. So say if obj.success, then we reload the page and we take the user back, let's see, href, to the same post. So what I would do here is, let's put root / post / the post ID. Post ID is contained inside post, okay, the post variable, because that's what we are using here, which is this one right there. So let me copy that, come down here and post ID and close. All right, that's great. Now it's possible the post ID may not exist, so let's put 2 question marks and put a 0 like that. Okay, very cool, very cool. Now what else do we change? We are going to have to change the type. This is post prog, that's fine. This is edit post, that's this is the only thing we change. Oh, actually we need the post ID, so I'm going to put this ID here, data type, post input, yeah, but we also need post underscore ID. Okay, and let's say post ID here, that's what we should call it as well. Edit post, great. If there is an image, let's send it as well, great. Okay, that's great. Now let's add that post input, the hidden input. Oh, there it is. Post ID. It's already there. Great. What else we need? What else we need? Let me come back here and let me refresh. Cool. Now let me just try and edit the post here. So I'll put a 2 at the end there just to see that we can actually save this. Post edited successfully, and it didn't work. Okay, let's try again. Did not work. Okay, so why did not work? Now one thing we can do is let's come back here for debugging purposes. To see the result that we got, let's remove this console.log so that we can see what's going on. Maybe there are errors, and let's inspect our element console like so. So click edit, put it through there, and let's hit save. Okay, so from when, let's do that, save. Now I can't move this, but as you can see behind here, success was true, but it seems things were not changed. So why is that? So maybe the information wasn't sent properly. So here there's the edit post in Ajax. What didn't we get? So from the post input there, everything seems fine. We had the post itself, we grabbed it. So post, what did we miss? There's a post ID. Where does post ID come from? Oh, okay, so this is the problem. Post ID should be gotten from post ID, like that. Okay, so user ID. Do we need user ID? We don't need to change the user ID at all. So I'll remove this here. We need to change the post, yes. That's all we need to change, or the image, if there's an image, really. Okay, so great. This time it should work. So let's try this again. I'm going to refresh. Click edit, put it through, and let's hit. Wait, why is there a post here? You know, this is weird. That and that will do exactly the same thing. Yeah, so we should leave at least one. I think I kind of like it over here, not there. So, but we can put a back button. We can leave that there. So let's try and change that. So back to the edit section. Let's remove this save button at the end over here. Just edit the one we have that says post to save, and that should do as fine. So refresh. Okay, let's put it to, and let's hit save. Okay, so the 2 is there. Things are working indeed. Let's try and edit the image as well. So I'm going to click there to add a new image. So let's add this one instead. Now I want to make sure that we are deleting all the images here. So edit post. And if we do add another image, if we get to this point, it means we have added another image, right? So what I'm going to do is we need to read from the old row. So let's be here when editing the post. Same thing we did here. We read from the post. And if there was an actual row. Now the thing here is we need to make sure that the user owns this thing. So just note, we're going to read the post with the ID, and also user ID must match the, otherwise somebody can delete somebody else's post, which would not be nice. So I'm going to copy this, come back here, and I'm going to wrap this in here. let's put this here actually. Boom. So row is here. So I'm going to copy this. But where is this post? Let me move this here. Yeah, because we are using it here immediately. So I'm going to say if row, right, and move this to cover everything, literally up to here. Then move everything over. Boom. Okay, so that this only happens if this post is actually owned by this user. Okay, great. So back here, and let's hit save. Yeah, I'll remove that too. We're adding a new image. Let's hit save. Post edited successfully. And as you can see now, edited, and there's a new image. Very cool. Now the thing is, we shouldn't show these buttons. I think we already don't show them. But if somebody just types in the URL, it should actually work. So let me show you that. If we go to the home, we have this post right here. Now I know the post ID of this one is 4. So this is not my post currently. I'm not this user. But if I do /edit/4, it will take me to the edit section, but it won't save actually, because if I hit save, it will bring an empty message. And that's what I'll see. Let's go to the console. There was no success, and so on. So it doesn't work, but we shouldn't even show this here. So what I'm going to do is come to the post edit side. So let's go to the post controller. Let's go to the edit part here, where we are reading the post, where ID is equal to ID, right? But instead, what I'm going to do is grab the user ID as well. So here, there's an ID there, but I'll say user ID is equal to user ID. We're going to need that baby there. That way now, I'll duplicate this, put a comma, and put user on here. That way we utilize user ID as well as part of the post. So I'm going to copy this exact thing, put it on the delete part as well. So where, wait a minute, why am I using the where clause? Ah, okay, for add user data. All right, that's fine. So let me paste that here. Okay, so what will happen is if I try to do this now, it won't show this, but I think I'll get some errors. Ah, there we go. So errors there. That's because it didn't find the row, but it's trying to show the data. So what we'll do is, let's go to the edit side, and we're going to put an if statement. So right in here, maybe right before the form, I'm just going to say something like if row, like so. Okay, that way this only works when the row is present. So I'm going to end this by the form here and say and if, like this, like so. Okay, but instead of just end if, let's put else here so we can tell the user something. Here I want to put that alert. So I did create one in the delete section, this alert right here. We can simply change the message. So I'll copy that, come back to edit, paste it, and say post not found. Sorry, exclamation point. That record was not found. All right, something like so. So let's come back and let's refresh. At least we get this. Sorry, but undefined variable row. Okay, so the question here, instead of saying if row, we say if not empty, because empty also checks to see if something exists. before checking if it's empty. So let's do that instead. We won't get this error anymore. So sorry, that record was not found. Okay, so let's try that for the delete as well. Let's do delete, and we get similar errors as well. Now there's a problem with line 88. Wait, let me copy this. Let's go to the delete section. Let's do exactly the same thing. Come back down here and copy this part right under the form. All right. Okay, let's see what errors remain. Okay, sorry that record was not found, but this one here in the controller on line 88. So let's go to the post controller, line 88, right here. It's telling me that user ID not found. Okay, that's great. That's because I did not create it as I did in here. So I'll copy that right after this guy. I'll create it like so. And let's refresh. There we go. So, which means now somebody cannot try to edit or delete a post that does not belong to them. And also, I can't see the edit and delete buttons there. Even if I try to type it in there, it won't work. Very cool. Okay, so this is literally a social website at this point, because you can do you can create an account, post something, search for other users, see their posts as well. The only thing remaining is the comments. So let's see if we can create that. Now comments will be on the comment side of things. If I click on comment on the single post here, we should be able to put something here to type a comment. Now we already have this kind of thing on our profile, where we can post something like this. So I can just copy this and put it below there to add a section like this. So we can just pretend these are comments now, because the design is pretty much the same. So it's gonna be pretty much this here. So let's see how we can do that. All right, so to make comments, as you can see, this section right here is very similar to a commenting thing, because this could be a post right here, and then down here these could be actual comments. Yeah, so we're going to copy this section here and replicate it for the comment section. So I'm just going to grab, let's come here to profile view. So what I'll do is I'm going to grab, let's grab everything here from the, what am I looking for? From the post area here to this part that loops through, yeah, up to here. So let me grab this up to there. I'm going to copy that. Let's go to the post foo there, and just after these buttons, edit, delete, and let's see here, I will add this part down here like so, and save. So let's see how that looks when we click on comments. So this is a post here, and then down here we have the comment section. Now if I go back to post, this is quite big, so let me reduce it a little bit. So I'm going to go to profile view, and there's a part where it says row 6 rows. Let's put it down to 4. I think 4 rows is a little bit better. Okay, so once I click on, let me try this one without an image so that we can see it better. So I'm going to go to post foo view right here, and before this section I'm going to add maybe an h5 tag and say comments. That way we know this area is for comments below this part. So I'll refresh and there it is, comments. Down here there are comments. Now it wants row as an identifier here. So let's see. So if user ID, now because anyone is allowed or should be allowed to comment, so we're going to remove this if statement over here like so. So instead of post area, this one is now comment area. So I'm just going to edit all of this here and say comment and put comment here as well. So comment. Now I want to replace everything that says post to comment except this one, of course, here. So it's from submit post to submit comment, comment input, display comment, just like that. Everything here is changed to comment that says post. So change comment. Okay, very good. So now here we are looking for comment small instead. So I'm just going to go to small view, this one, and copy everything and then create a new file. Now paste this. So everything here will be changed to comment instead of post. So let me go through all of this like so. And there we go. Comment. Great. Okay, so we'll save this one as it's post small, but we'll change it to comment small dot view. All right. Very cool. Now, actually, in order for us to be able to edit and delete comments, we will need a single comment view as well. But for now, this is going to do just fine. Okay, great. So let me go back to, let me close all of this. So close all files so that we can see clearly what we are doing. I'll refresh. At least we got that. Let me reduce it a little bit further. So back to post full, and just here where it says rows, let's put that at 4 as we did on the other side. So refresh and there we go. Now if I click here to select an image and try that, it doesn't work. So because now we need submit comment. So I'm going to copy exactly what I did on the profile view, this code right here. So display post image, I'm going to grab this function like so and take it back to here. So I'm going to add it as part of this. So I'm just going to do this here, put some script tags. It doesn't really matter where you put this script tag at all. Let me paste the function. I'll move it in like so and then get back like that. And then of course we're going to change this to comment. So, and I will change all instances of post to comment as well. So comment image added should be a thing as well. What else? Comment image, JPEG, display comment image should be a thing. Okay, then I'll go back to profile view and then get down to the main script, which is down here. So I'll copy everything up to there and copy. So once I grab that, so post view, now we already have some script here that does stuff. Or do we? Oh, wait a minute. Post full. Yeah, actually we don't post anything here. So what I will do is, why do we have an HR tag here? Let me put a break tag at the very end here. We don't even need that anyway. But I'm going to put, oops, oh no, let me copy that again and paste it. Okay, save. So now I want to change all instances of post to comment. Now some things don't need changing, like the method that we are going to use to send data, which is post. We don't need to change that. But for the sake of selecting everything, oh no, it's gone, it's wrapped around, so that's not good. Let me just do this. Select this one here. Select all posts until we reach this one. So, yep, let me change all the others to comment. Okay, great. And then I'll omit this one because we need it as post. And we're not changing the profile image here at all. We're just posting. So I'm going to remove that if statement like so. And just make sure that it alerts us with the message and reloads the page. Simple and straightforward. Okay. Okay, so comment prog. Let's make sure we have that progress bar, and it's there. Good. So let's start with this and see if it will actually load an image when we try that. So I'm going to click on this and try to load an image, and there it is. It actually happens. So comment. Now on comment shouldn't be what's on your mind. We should just say type a comment here or something. Let me put a break tag here or an HR tag. That's where we need it there. Let's refresh, and there we go. Okay, so comments down here after the post. Now here there's unidentified variable pager display. So that's the one it's complaining about. So let's make sure we handle that. So pager is here. So the pagination is for the comments and not the post. So if I now go to the controller for this page, which is the single post, we won't find, pager is here actually. Data pager. Why do we have pagination on the edit? We don't actually need this here at all, but that's fine. What I'm looking at is this index there. We do have pagination. So I think the pagination on these others you can remove on the edit and on the delete. We really don't need those. So I can remove on the edit and on the delete front, like so. But just to confirm, save, make sure there are no errors once I refresh. Okay, no such errors. Oh, I need to click the edit to see. Wait a minute, and delete. Okay. Why does it show me edit and delete? Oh, this is my okay, this is weird. If I click edit on this post, I don't get to see it. Why? Sorry, not found. Interesting. This is indeed my post, right? It is. Okay, so something is up there. Maybe because I removed these. Let's try with the pager and see what happens. Nope, not the problem. So let me redo those. Okay, so let's see what's going on here. User ID and ID. What's happening? This looks fine. Okay, so the post is found. No, it's not found. What is happening? Okay, so on the edit, if I remove this, let's see. Still nothing. Post edit. This is post edit, right? Oh, I see. So the ID is lost at this point. So no, actually it's not lost. It's coming from here. Okay, what I'm going to do is show what's inside ID. Let's see what we are getting there. Okay, so we are getting 2. That's cool. And once we get 2, what about user ID? Let's see that. User ID is 2 as well. So let's go to the table and let's see posts where the user ID is 2 and the ID is 2. So is this our post? Another post with image. Another post with image. It's this one. Okay, so 2 is this one. At least we should have gotten this one. No, this one has a 7, this one has a 2. Let me try this. Nothing. Okay, something is weird here. But it's our job to debug, so let's go ahead. Let me click edit on this one. And it shows me 2, which is right. What about ID? Is 7. Okay, so those things are correct. So I guess the problem is when reading right here on the where clause. So what I would do is try to figure out if the data is coming in from here, at least reaching that point. So back again. So it is. Very nice here. So then what is the problem? So let's go to the post view then on the edit. Post edit view. Here it asks if raw, but here we are sending post. So I guess that's the problem. So let me check for post. Let me go to the delete and also check for post. Okay, so that was the problem. Okay, finally now we have this. Now let's try a post that we don't own, like this one. So if I do that and just put edit here, /4, okay, it's restricted, which is good. Okay, very good. Now let's go to comments. Let me try one without like this one. So let's fix the pager issue, which is simple to fix. If I go to post, right here, we already have pager. So data pager is in there. And so why is it saying there isn't? Let's see where the error is. Unidentified variable pager on line 89. All right, so let's go to post foo. Now what's happening is that post foo here, wait, there is post view, right? And then it includes this view file here, and then we're simply adding post inside here. So maybe what I should do is add data instead of post, like that. So let's add data instead, which will carry all the variables that were sent here as well, and that solves the problem. So we have 2 pages now, which is unfortunate. So let's go and see what's going on. So post full, we have one display pager here at the comment section, and then we have another. Where is the other one? Anyway, I can just simply do a search. Let's try search for display. Okay, seems there's just one. So why do I see 2? This is weird. Let me try this pager. Okay, so there's only one still. So either this is repeated or it's inside a loop, which it doesn't seem to be. Oh no, I think I know what's going on. So if we go to the post view itself, we do have display thing here. So we should just remove it from in here. So here I'm going to remove it since we have it on the outside. So that's from post full. I've removed it. So if I refresh, we have 1 now. Okay, great. Now the pagination should only affect comments. So let's try and get comments for this page. So to display the comments, we'll go back to the post.php here in the index, right here where we add user something, add user data, right? We could also use this to add comments to the post data, but it's just one item. So what we would do instead is let's put, say, get comments for this post, like that. Okay, so I'm going to say data comments is equal to, we're going to create a comment class, and then we'll say where. Here we'll put an array. What we are looking for is all comments that have a post ID, because we will put post ID. We don't have a comments table yet, so keep that in mind. Post ID will be equal to, now I want to grab the information from here. So I'm going to say data post is equal to, here I'm also going to say post row equals. That way it's set to both of these. Now the reason I put row at the end, because we already have a post class which is named post. I don't want to overwrite that, so we use post row. And so I will put that here, post row, and we want to get the ID of the post, so ID, like that. And we use that ID of the post to read comments. All right, great. So just like that, we have our comments. But we need a comment class. And in order to use it, let's come here and let me duplicate. Wait, let me duplicate this one. We'll say comment. Let's set it as my comment, like that, just in case there are name conflicts anywhere. And then I'll duplicate this and change post to comment is equal to my comment. Okay, so we don't have a comment class, but it's very similar to the post class. So let's go to models and post.php. I'll copy everything from here, new model, paste, save this as comment.php, save. Let's go up here and let's change all text. I want to make this case sensitive. So select post and just write comment capitalized. And then here as well, I will change post, every instance of post to comment. Some of these are wrong, like this one. We just need it to be post data. Oh snap. Let me change this back as well to post data. Okay, the rest is fine. Please type something to comment. Okay, that's okay. And then the table will have user ID, but also we need to know which post this comment belongs to. So we'll put post ID as well. And then the comment itself, which is text, an image maybe, and the date. So this should be enough. And an extra key here for post ID as well, because we'll be using that a lot to read from the table. Okay. Now add user data is also important because we need to know which user posted this. So selector from users where ID is equal to ID, rows are here. So this remains as it is, but we should use it as well. So back to post controller. Let me close that one. So exactly what we did here, what we did here is what we need to do here. So I'm just going to say if data comments. So if that came out true, then let's add some comments. This one is the class, so it's singular, add user data and data comments. So we're just adding the user data like we did here for the post itself, so that we know who commented, whose comment it belongs to. That's the user information. With this, we're actually good. So this one, table comments. So now we just need to force this to create a comments table. So I'm going to copy this, put it here, and say comment create table, like that. So this is temporal code. I just want to use it once when we refresh the page. So if I refresh the page and click on the database, we should have a comments table. Very nice. So user ID, post ID, the comment itself, an image if maybe, and the date. Okay, great. So this is cool. Now we can remove this code because we just need to run it once. Okay. So with all this in mind, things should work. Let me go back to the post foo and let's see here. There's change image. Where is this? This is for the profile image, so we don't really need this. So I'm going to remove that. Okay, great. This one submits the comment, so submit comment. Everything here should work as intended. Create comment, comment progress. We might be missing something here, which is post ID. We need to know what post ID this is. So I'm just going to duplicate this part here and do underscore. So this is going to be post underscore ID. Here it's going to be comment. I think we just call it post_id like that. So we need to add it here as a hidden field. So there's the comment right here in the text area. As long as it's within the form, it doesn't matter where it is. So hidden, its name. We don't use names, we're grabbing the IDs. So this one will be post ID, like so. And then let's add an actual value. So the value here will be post, since we are getting everything from the post, and say ID and close that. So let me make sure that things are coming from the post. Yes, they are. Great. Okay, cool. Alrighty then. So on this end, things are good. The only problem is the other side. So let's test this. So just say this is a comment, and I will comment. So it shows emptiness, refreshes the page, nothing is actually saved. But that's because we haven't created anything on the Ajax side. Now this is going to be easy because we just need to change the create post to create comment section. So let's go to the Ajax. There's the create post part, which is this one. So I'm going to grab where it starts the else up to here. Ctrl+Shift+D to duplicate this area, and then post will be changed to comment. So I'm going to do that. Select all instances of post except that one. So I'll just say comment. Wait, did I okay, comment like that. Okay. What else? Here everything remains the same. Over here though, this changes to comment, and that one too. So say comment. Please type something to comment here as well. Just don't bypass this function here, and the post here will be comment created successfully. And so we grab that from the comment wait a minute, let me go back to the text area here on the comments. It should be the name, or the ID should be comment. Oh, so it is. Okay, so the image thing, no problem. User ID thing, no problem. But we also need the post ID. So post ID like that. Okay. All right, then a date, and then comment, insert, comment created successfully, blah, blah, blah. Done. So back here, let me refresh. So first comment like that, and let's, okay, so clearly we have some issues. Let me refresh the page. Nothing has happened. Let's go back to the table, check if anything was saved. Nothing. So the fact that it didn't refresh means there is an error which it will show us. So let's just inspect the console and find it. So it says json.parse unexpected character at line 1. This just means the data that was returned is not valid JSON. So what we need to do is go to the post foo and look at this data that we received. So handle result, and let's just do console.log to see what we receive instead. So I'll refresh, type some gibberish, comment. Okay, so we have an error here. It says fatal error. It says class comment not found. Okay, fair enough. So let's go back to Ajax here. Class comment not found. So now to avoid problems, okay, there's user, there's post, so I'm just going to do this and put comment like that. I forgot to put it there, but I want to put an alias like this, just so for the future, to future proof it. So I'll put my comment there like so. Okay, that should do us good. First comment, I'm expecting this one to go through. I make comment created successfully. Okay, let's see if it was actually created successfully. And yes, it was. The problem is we didn't have a post ID, so we can't really read from it. So let's see what's going on. So I'm going to go to operations for this table and empty it by clicking truncate. So let's get back. So post ID really is the only thing messing things up. Now the reason is that if we go back to our comment model, you find that we did not include post ID here in the list, so it's always being discarded. So let me do that. This is my first comment, and let's save. Okay, so finally you can see now you can design these comments differently to the posts. So all we need to do is, let's come back here in the post full view. Let me switch off this console.log now since we don't need it. There is comment small, right? Okay, so which means we already created comment small, which means we can personalize this file because now it's different. This file is different to this one, so we can personalize it. For example, we can let it start a bit early here. So what I'm going to do is do this. I'll just put another div that will take up some space. So I'll put class and say column MD. No? Yes, MD. No, this should always be there. So let me just put a 2. No, maybe a 1. So there's 1, there's 3, but let's reduce this to 2 as well, so that it always adds to 12. So that's 3 plus 9 still. So what I'm trying to do is I've added a div that will take some space here, which may force this to go this way. Okay, so as you can see now, the comments start from a little bit further than this side. Then also what we can do is we can put a background. So let's just put a style and say background color. Let's try something very gray, like that. Let's see what that gives us. Okay, so we get this, but really what I wanted is for it to start from here and not leave that space with the black. Let me put D. Then I'll remove this style from here. I'll simply add it to everything but this div. So I'll put it here on this one, and I'll put it on the next one as well. Let's see what we got here. Okay, something like this. Here on this one, I'll put a border. So first the margin in the y-axis, and then I will put a border around it. Oh, border not good, border not good. Okay, so I'll grab this, put a border on the other one here, and same thing on this one, put a border. Let's see what that does. Okay, so you can continue to design these things. Let's try another comment with image. like this. I'll click to add an image for this comment, and let's put this one, comment created successfully. Look at that, very cool. Now the way comments work is different to posts, as in the first comment should be at the top, so we should reverse this order. So which is very easy to do, because all we need to go is to the post side where these comments are created. Now before reading those comments, we just have to set the order. Now the files I'm supposed to, the variables I'm supposed to change will be inside model. They are here. For example, the order column we can change, but I want to change the order type from descending to ascending. So I'm just going to copy that. So it's good to remember these. So I'm going to use the comment class and put that. So I'll copy this and put it like so. So the order type in this case will be ascending. So this will only work for this particular query, for this particular object right here. When I instantiate a new one, it will have the default value. So as you can see now, the old one remains there still. And yep. See, testing more comments. Okay, so they are coming down here, which is nice. Now, if I click next page here, you see that none of this is happening, right? It's not moving to the next page with the comments. So let's try and fix that as well. So here, if we go to that model again, let's go back to that model part. Is in the core. You see that there's an offset here which we can set, and a limit as well. So if I come back, we have an offset value here that goes with pagination. So all we need to do is set it. So right here, comment and say offset, and we set it to the current offset. Let me move these like so they look neat. All right, let's do that. Okay. So now let's refresh the page. And as you can see, those guys are gone. Page 2, they are gone, but on first page, we have them. So the pagination is now working for the comments, as good as that. Now, of course, comments shouldn't have comments button. So, because we're already on the comments, but we can have you could put replies here, but that complicates things, so we won't go there. So let's go to comments small and remove the comments button. So I'm just going to remove this single button here. What else can we do here? We have edit, we have delete. Okay, that's fine. So if I now refresh, that's what we get. Now also, it would be nice to actually view the entire image on the comments, since we don't really have a, oh, actually we will have a full comment view. No, we could add that, or we could just let it have the full image in the comments. So let's go to comments more here, and there's a part where we set the height for the image. Let's just remove that height. Let's remove the object fit as well. Just the width 100% is enough. Okay, so at least in the comments now we have the full image we can see. Now you can add more to this thing. You can add, but I'll leave that to you. You can add a pop-up here where if you click and then the full image shows here in a pop-up. So just go to Bootstrap and see how pop-ups are done. I've done pop-ups in other tutorials, like where I was doing the the editing of profiles using Ajax. So if you check that tutorial out, it's full of pop-ups, so you can learn how to make those. All right, so the remaining thing now is the edit and delete of a comment. Now, comments are oddly similar to posts. So this same single post view can do for the same edit and delete for single posts can do for comments as well. So the edit here should go to comments, the comments controller. So which means we now need a comments controller. So since there'll be a single comment page, so I'm just going to copy the post controller because it's pretty much the same, right? So I'll copy everything from the post controller, right click on controllers, new, paste, save. So instead of post, this one will be comment.php. So you see here this controller is comment.php, but we also have a model comment.php. This is why namespaces are very important. So they can only survive because they're in different namespaces. All right. So here we don't need to read anything from a post. Do we? Maybe we do. Maybe we do. So I'll leave that there. And I'm just going to change this to comment. All right. We may not need this new comment because we are, oh yeah, we do. It's in the model. So let me change this. All right, let's do comment class like this. So let's go step by step. So here to read, there are no comments for the comment class. So there are no posts for the post class, or are there? Data, posts. Right, so this should change to comment, obviously. Yeah, so let's do comment. So that, everything good. Add user data, comment row. Very good. Now we don't get comments for a comment, so let's remove the remainder of this part. This is enough. And then here we will show the comment page. Now the reason I'm leaving this post thingy here is because we may need to know, actually we don't, so I'll just remove that really. So we don't actually need this post thingy. Let's remove that there as well. What else? So this should work. The edit section is very similar as well. Let's just change this to comment, or instances of post to comment. So let's go ahead, comment, and my comment as well here. All right, and that's all we needed to do actually. And same thing here. Let's change post to comment. And that's it. So we need a comment delete and a comment edit page as well. Okay, so this looks good. I think if I now click on, let's go to the comment control. Oh, this is the comment controller. Okay. Now we need a comment single page, just like we have post view like this. So I'm going to try and copy everything from here. Views, new, paste, save. And this one is comment.view.php. Here where we have post, we change all that to comment. And that's really it. Simple and straightforward. And then we go to the post full, and we need to select everything from here, copy that, and make a comment full page. Paste, save. Where is the post full? There. Let's just change the post to comment, like so, and save. Now, what are we doing here? This is just for viewing, so we don't really need the script here, because this script tag here is for saving comments, but we don't have comments on our comments full page. So let's remove all the script data, the JavaScript. We don't need the script here either. Heck, we don't even need the form, so we don't even need this section that says comments, even that loop there. So none of this. This is that, so delete that. This one is this up to here, delete that. Let's delete this one as well, and the HR tag and the break tag. Alrighty then. So every instance of post to change to comment. So I'm going to copy this, Control D, let's do that, and then change to comment. Simple as that. Very cool. Then while we're at it, let's create also comment edit and comment delete. So I'm just going to select all of these guys, new, paste, save. This one goes to comment edit. Comment edit, like this. So with this one, same thing. We're just going to change all instances of post, except for the method here, of course. So let's put comment there and submit comment here, like that. Okay, great. This rests, and that as well. This one, comment, like so. And now let's select post from here, right? All instances of posts. Let's see where else, down here. Down there as well. What's this though? Right. Comment ID. Wait. Oh yeah, that's true. Okay, these two need to change as well. What else? That one does not. So let me change these ones I've selected. Comment, like that. Let's go down here and see what needs to change. This part here and that one there as well. Okay, looking great. Okay, so let's go to post delete view, select everything, copy, go to views, new, paste, save that as comment delete. So comment delete. In a similar manner, we're going to select post and change it to comment. Same thing here. And then let's select some more. Where are you sure you want to delete? Okay, so we start from there. We go. Oh, until we got there. Anyway, let's just change all of them. Comment. Yep, they have changed, but let's put this one back to post. And what else we got? Now this one is different. When we refresh the page, instead of taking the user back to the profile, we're taking them to a particular post. Now this post is the one that has this comment, and it's inside comment post ID. So get a variable comment. Right here I'll do this comment post ID and close. Yep, that should do it. So let's get back here and refresh the page. So I want to view this comment, so I'll just click here, and there it is, the full view of the comment finally. So since we have this, actually these are comments though. Let me go back, then we can hide this as it was. So let me go back to where is this? I want the comment small. I changed something here, so undo object curve and height 200 there, so that it's an abbreviated view when it's in the list, and then when I click on it I can view everything. Now this will be confusing. A user may think this is actually a post, so it's better to title this one. Let's go to comment view right there. I think maybe at this point I can just put an h5 tag, put that in a center tag. I was hoping it would. Okay, and then we'll say comment view, just so we know this is different. So you can put whatever you want here to make it very obvious that this is a comment view. And also here we can put another button and say go to what can we say here? Actually, maybe not so centered after all. I'll do this. I'll put a span instead, and then duplicate the span. I'll put a class and tell it to float to the end. Now this one will be called view post. All right, so this should be an a tag, of course, maybe. Let's put an href like this. All right, but I want this to only show if the comment is available. We'll move here like so. Okay, now if the comment does not exist, just like if the post does not exist on the full view, we should tell the user as such. And let me go to the delete version of any of these guys to get that error message. So this is comment view. If I go to the delete, there's the alert, this one that I want to get. So just copy that, come back to the view file, comment view, and let's put an else statement here. And I'll put that, say that record was not found. Okay, like so, and put this one as else, like that. Very good. Okay, so yes, now here where it says view post, we need a link to the actual post. So of course we're going to put root and then slash post slash, and then we just need the ID of the post. Luckily we have it in the comment row as post ID. So copy that and Let's do post ID and close. All right, so what that will do is, if I refresh, now it will tell me to view the post. This is the actual post that has the comments. But if I click here, I see this. And also if I click to add a number that I know the post does not exist, I get that record was not found. Great. Maybe you can put a back button here still, which will be tough because you won't be able to know what post this is, so maybe not. But then let's look at the edit and delete of these guys. So if I click here, there is the edit comment, right? That's great. Another comment. Yeah, look at that. Another comment with image. Let's see. And edit. Now, for this to respond, we need to have some of this stuff in the Ajax. It's as simple as that. So let me close all files here. Let's go to the Ajax page. So all we are doing here is looking for, what are you looking for? This create comment, right? Nice. So I just want to duplicate these guys. This edit post, I'm going to select here, Ctrl+Shift+D to duplicate. And instead of post, we change that to comment. So I'm just going to select all instances of post. And wait, post ID. Where else is post? Down there. Just make sure you don't go to the next one here. All right. So post ends there. Let's change all that to comment. And here as well, let's change the message to say comment edited successfully. So comment, where are we instantiating the comment? Here. So this one should have a comment as my comment, right? So So I'm adding my comment here. New comment is equal to that. Okay, great. Let's do the same with the delete post. So after delete post, select all that, Ctrl+Shift+D to duplicate. This one is delete comment. So same thing. Let's select all these and change them to comment like that. And then this one as well. Very nice. Very nice. This is the advantage of things being in order or being similar, because it's easy to edit by reusing the same code. All right, very good. So let's test this out. Let's see if editing this will actually work. So let's see if we'll have the and edit. I'll click. Oh, wait a minute. Oh yeah, actually. Wait a second. Let me go to the comment edit view. I think it worked just fine. I was worried about the back buttons here. Okay, I think it works just fine. So if I say OK, now I see the comment view here, and the edit has happened. Let's try again and even change the photo. So let's put this one here. Save. All right, look at that. Photo changed as well. And I can view the post, and this is the comment there. Let's try and delete testing more comments. Oh, this is my first comment. Let's delete this one. Okay. Failed to open stream my post. Okay, let's go to the comment view somewhere. This is in the comment.php there. So on the delete part, that's where we're having problems. So my post is not a thing, it should be my comment, like the way it is there. So say my comment, like so. Okay, so problemo solved. Let's refresh, and there we go. Are you sure you want to delete this post? Maybe it should be asking this comment, yeah? So let's go to delete comment delete view and change that reference of post to comment. Alrighty then. So let's go back if we don't want to delete it, but if we delete and click delete, so our first comment is gone, which means things are working as intended. So as you can see, at this point, we have literally done everything we needed to do to complete this project. So comments, posts, search, timeline, everything works as intended. So on the home page, maybe we can write something like timeline and call it a day. So let's go to home page and this is the row, so maybe above the row we'll put a center tag, wrap it in an H5 like so, and just call this one the timeline. Okay, or maybe not the timeline, maybe this is the news feed, right? News feed. And let's refresh, and there we go. So news feed, yay, very cool. So let's run a test before we call it a day. So let me log out of wait a minute. Oh, I forgot something. The settings page is empty. Oh boy. Okay, so let's fix the settings page. Yeah. Yep. So let me go to the profile. So the profile, we have this. Clearly we don't need to add images on the settings page. We just need to be able to change the username. That's pretty much it, right? So what I would do is, but why not? We can just do it there as well. So I'm going to copy the profile page itself and convert it to a settings page. So we'll go to profile.php, and I'm pretty much going to copy everything from here in the index page here up to the end there, copy. Let's go to the settings page and paste, except for the view part there. Let's come here. Alrighty then, looking good. Let's make sure we included the right these guys here as well. Let's go back to settings and let's include, let me do that. Okay, awesomeness. Then at the same time, I'm just going to get the profile view, copy everything, go to the settings view and paste. So save that, come back here. Now let's go to the settings page. Boom. Okay. All right, so clearly we have problems here. Let's see what those problems are. Number one, if we go to the settings part here, let's make sure we add data. So all data is sent. I think that's the major problem. So if I refresh, There you go. That solves every problem. Now here we don't need the posting part. We don't need the comments. We don't need pagination. We just need this and the name there, right? Also on the profile, maybe, I don't know, you may want to put their email address, or maybe that's too private data. Who knows? So what I'll do is I'll go to settings, the settings view, and I'm going to remove all this post area here. Let's start with that. I'll remove the entire post area. This part that loads posts, I'll remove that as well. All right. Display post image. Since we are not posting, we don't need that. But this one we do need, because for changing the profile photo. So, okay, that's fine. Change images there. Nice. Send data. Submit post. I'll leave those two there as well. Then we can go back to the settings to PHP. Since we are not using the posts here, I can simply remove this whole section here, since this is just meant to load posts. So out of my way. Then we can also remove the post model here. We don't need to load it. We don't need pagination here at all. So out of my way. Back to settings view, let's look for where we used pagination, if any. The pager class, I think we removed it as well. Okay, so let me reload. And there we go. So settings page, right? So if I come back here and I can say center and say settings. Let me add this to an H5. Okay, so at least we know we are on this settings page. Profile settings better. Okay, so at this point we can change our image, which is nice. And keep in mind that when we try to change the image, it's going to work because we are sending this information to the same Ajax page. So let me show you this. That is going to work just fine. So if I refresh and click here and add a different profile image, maybe this web photo, and profile image change successfully. Done. Look at that, profile settings. So if I go back to my profile, you see that it has changed. The only problem is it hasn't changed on this one. So we need to re-authenticate ourselves in the, where is this? Let's see. So the reason it's showing this empty thing is because it deleted the old photo, but hasn't updated the information in this session. So when we do sign up, where is that? When we log in, how do we authenticate a user? We use the session variable and do this and grab the user role. So I'm going to copy this and I'll go to the settings. Wait a minute. Nope. I'm going to the Ajax side, and what I'll do, where we are changing the profile image, that's right at the beginning. This is not a big problem because if I just move to another page, it will show. Or will it? No, I need to log in again, so that's a problem then. So back here in the profile image change, once we do finish the change, everything is successful. I want us to reload. See here we've updated, right? But what I'm going to do is authenticate. Now you see row is exactly the same row that we read from the users table. Now, but this time we changed the image to destination. So instead of reading it again from the table, all I need to do is just change just one item there in the row. So what I'll do is right here, I'll say raw image is equal to destination, like that. Then I authenticate using the new row. So let's test all this. I'm going to go to settings, and I'll click here to load a different profile image, maybe this one. And as you can see now, it's updated over there instantly. So let's do similar things with the username and email. So if I go to the settings view again, and where is this? I'm looking for where the name, the username is. So there's an image there. Where do I display the, oh, right here. Look at that. Look at that. So right over here, I need a form this time. So what I would do is wrap these guys inside a form. So I'm going to say form. Then I'm going to put an input right there. The type will be text. Class will have form control. Name doesn't matter. Since we're using Ajax, we'll use an ID and use that ID as the key. So this one is username, and maybe we can put a placeholder. Username. Then I'm going to duplicate this. Here we'll put email, and here email as well. So those are the only things we really need to change: username and email. Wait, we could change password as well. So let's say password. Right, ID password. Okie dokie. So the password, we'll tell them that leave empty to keep old one. So if they leave the password empty, then they want to keep the old one. You can put a password confirm, just put 2 of those. Here it won't be saved. You can call it password repeat. It won't be saved in the database because it's not part of the list, but that's up to you, so that you can compare them on the other side and see if they are working well. Now on the submit, any of these views has a form that actually works, so I'll copy that form from there and just replace this one. So submit, I think we'll call it submit form. Yeah, submit post. Yeah, we'll call it submit post. It doesn't really matter what you call it, as long as the name of the function is the same down here. Okay, so on this one, I want to grab this part and remove it from here. Then I will put that as value here, except for the password. I won't give it a value. Let me remove the escape function. Oh, wait. What I'll do here is use old value. So I'll say old value. Let's give these guys names, username, and then the default value now. Yep, this one is email. Okay, like that. So default value will show first, but if we post, the new posted value will show, but no value for this one. Actually, let me put that as well. Where's the closing tag? Let me put that value here as well. It's just that I won't give it a default value. I'll put empty for default value, and let's change it to password. Just in case we post a new one, it should repeat itself there. Now, when we go to submit post, there's no need for image added here. We are not dealing in this one anymore. So here on the post input, the ID first of all is username. This one is username as well. Let me duplicate. We have username, we have email, and then we have password. Okay, and then here is profile settings will be the data type, we call it, and the post prog we'll just leave the progress bar. We don't really need a progress bar, do we? However, there's this one, right? Okay, I'm just gonna copy this and put it down here, just so we can have a progress bar to reference there. I'll call it post prog as it is expecting, and that should do the trick. Okay, so okay, I think that makes sense. Then we'll send the data, come back here. Now here, when we're changing profile image, here we are doing profile settings. I think in both cases we just need to reload the page, so then there's no need for this if statement at all, since both will do exactly the same thing. Let me move this back like so. Okie dokie. I can leave this open so that we see any errors, and then close it if no errors anymore. Right, I think this will work. But now we need to go to the Ajax side and tell it what to do here. So this will mostly likely resemble the edit post, for example. So I'm going to shift control, select these guys, control shift D, and then this one will be for profile settings. Like so. Okay, so at this point we grab the user ID, we grab what's on the input, right? And we need the user ID, so we already have the user ID from that way. We make sure the logged in user is the one we are editing, so I'll remove this. Instead, what I want is to grab the username and the email and the password. Now, if I need these guys to be okay, I'll leave them there like so. So instead of new post here, this should be new user. User is equal to new user. Then let's read from the users table. This one, ID, user ID. We don't need any more of that. Oh, I already had that. Like so. Okay. So if there is indeed a row there, we're not caring about the image because there's another method for loading the image, so let's remove that. Now the array here should contain stuff like username and email, right? Contain email. Now password here will say if not empty password, meaning the user wrote a password, then and only then should we add it to the list to make sure that when the user doesn't want to change the password, they just leave it empty. We don't need this destination. Now we can update the username, the email, and the password possibly, and then here we just grab the ID and then array. This one should change to user, and we'll say profile edited successfully, and that's about it really. But we need to validate this information. So if I go to user, if a row was found, what do I do here? I want to say if user validate and request post, that will give us everything. Now, of course, if I'm going to leave out anything here, you can copy things from other projects that I've done and add features until you are satisfied with the features that you want. Now, if the validation doesn't go through, let me copy this. Let's put an else statement here. Then the message will be, let's grab all the errors from user. I'm going to use the implode function. The glue will be the break tag. The pieces will be user errors, like so. So why I'm doing this is user errors, that's where the errors go when the validate didn't work, is an array. So there may be multiple errors, and implode would convert an array into a string and separate those strings with whatever character I put here. So maybe I can put and instead, so that it's one sentence and it says this error and this error and so on. Okay, so success here is false. All right, very cool. Now let's go to the validation here. Now sometimes you may want to make sure something is unique, like the email. So what I would do is I put the post here, and let me put an ID as well. So the ID will be right there. I'll send it. So let's go to the user class for a second. Where is the models? User. The validate function can have, we can add like an ID. Let's put equals to null, so that we don't get an error when we don't add that ID. So email is here, we can validate the email. But what if we want to check to see if an email already exists or not? So here I'm just going to say if ID, if there is an ID, then let's check, confirm if an email already exists. So we want to find an email that isn't this ID, right? So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to say if this, let's use query, okay? If a result is returned here, then that email exists. So I'm just going to say select all. In fact, you can just say select ID from users. Now remember that there's table here. Maybe we change the table. So instead of just saying from users like this, we can just do from this table. So whatever table is up there. So select ID from table where ID is not equal to whatever this ID is here. Let me grab that and put it here. Now make sure you're using double quotes here so that these variables can be evaluated. Where ID is not ID and email is equal to this current email. So data email. Let me put that there. And then we'll say limit 1. Okay. Now, when you are inside double quotes like this, an array, you have to remove the single quotes from there, like so. Okay. So if this came out true, then there's a problem, so we should error that. So this error email is already in use. All right. Okay, great. Let's test this. So profile settings, I'm going to refresh. And there we go. So we have these guys here. Let's try and say Mary 2. Oh, where is we need a button to actually submit this content. So right inside the form here, I'm going to put a button and say save. The button will have a few classes. To be button warning, maybe. Yep, that should do. Let me add some margins around it. Yeah, M2 maybe. Okay, so if I click save here, let me put Mary 2 and save. Okay, so it seems like there's a problem, so let's go to the... So it says warning, undefined variable ID on line 226 in the Ajax. So let's go Ajax 226. It doesn't know what ID is. Okay, it's supposed to be user ID. Like so. Okay. So let's try again. Mary 2, save. Okay, more problems. Let's go to the console. Fatal error. Syntax error in your... Where was this? Select ID from... Okay, so that query is wrong inside the user, this part here. So it says select ID from this table where ID not equal to that and email is equal to... Oh, sorry, my bad. We need quotes outside email there so that it knows it's a string. Sorry about that. So let's try again, number 2. Okay, so error. Username can only have letters with no spaces and password is required. And please accept the terms and conditions. Okay. So what we can do here is this. We can have a validate for the original validate, and then we can have a second validate for... actually no, that's too much work. So what we would do is password should only be required if the ID is not present. So I'm just going to say if not ID, like that. Okay, so if there is no ID, which means we are not editing. When we are editing, password is optional. So let me leave that. Also, terms and conditions should be inside not ID, like that. So let me just move these guys together like so. Okay, that's when we restrict those. And what else did I notice here? If I go back to the Ajax, where is Ajax? Where I'm squashing the errors here, squeezing the errors. I can't find it. Let me just search for the implode. Okay, it's right here. So before the implode, I want to put the word error. That way the user knows these be errors, like that. Okay, so let's refresh one more time and let's put 2 there. Save. Error. Username can only have letters with no spaces. Okay. What if this email is invalid? Let's do that and try to save. Email is not valid. Okay, so things are good. What else? Oh, if there's no success, we shouldn't refresh the page. Let me go back to settings. Down here. So here we can only say if obj.success, then reload the page. That way it does not reload if, for example, the email here is wrong. Okay, no reloading. But let's refresh. Let's say Mary 2 at the end, like that, and let's save. What error do we have now? What is it saying? Console.log. Warning, undefined variable ID. Where? 236. Why? Where is that? 236 in Ajax, 236. It's user ID. Okay, we are almost there. So let's try here again. Mary 2 and save. Profile saved successfully. Oh, okay, look at that. So, and saved. So if I want to change my password now, also before I do that, if password is not empty here, we have to hash this password. So I almost forgot that. We say password hash, and then we grab that string and put it in here. Okay, just like that. So let's try and change our password to password 2. So password 2 and save. Okay, great. So now let me try to log out and log in as Mary. Let me try the old password. Yep, doesn't work. If I add a 2 at the end, then it works. Very, very nice. So everything is good now. We have a profile, we have settings, we can always sign out, we have a timeline. So let's try one more time to create a new let's log in, right? Let's go sign up. I want to sign up as John. I'll say john@email.com and password as password. Accept the terms and create an account. Now I can finally, oh, by the way, we can have a message here, right? Let me show you that. Once we sign up, let me do sign up here. Right at the end here, if everything went well, before we redirect, I want to create a message. So I'm just going to say message like that and then type my message. Like profile created successfully, like that. Okay, so that's how you make a message, like so. Copy that. Now if I go to the login page, let's go to login view. So right at the top here where we are showing errors, I want to put a second one. I'll put that one at the top. So this one is if message. So if there's a message in there, so we just put brackets like that, if message, then let's echo the message right about here. I'll paste that. Let's echo the message. So let's put an empty string still to say we're not saving a message, we want to echo the message, but here let's put true to tell it to delete that message once it's done. So there's already a function called message we created in the functions file. You can check that out to see how it works, but this is how it's supposed to read. So you can simply just copy this part here to any place that you want messages to show, maybe after editing something, or I don't know. So let's try to sign up again, maybe as I don't know, book at email.com and password. Accept the terms, create. Now you see profile created successfully. Very nice. Now if I refresh the page, it won't show again because we've deleted it. So let's try. Now I want to log in as John and then password and then log in. So now I'm John. Now if I go to my profile, I can add a new profile image. So John right there. Great. This is my first post. Let's add an image to this post, shall we? And post. Great. Look at that. Very cool. Can I add a comment to this? My first comment. Comment. Create. There it is. Very nice. Okay, so things seem to be working as intended. I can go home here and comment on somebody's stuff here. Yeah. Maybe. Where is this? This is my own. Let's go here. Comments. My comment here. My comment as John here. Comment. Very good. So John commented here. Very nice. Click here. Oh, that's the full image. And this is the profile for this person. I can see what they've been posting. Very nice. If I go to my own, this is what I've been posting. Very nice. I can go to search and let's search for somebody. Let's just search for Mary, and there we go. So very cool. Book hasn't posted anything yet. Let's go home. So everything seems to be working as intended. So hopefully you have learned something. Now you can always keep adding features to the social website. Of course, I know this. So it's up to you to try some exercises and add new features as you see fit. You know, more information here and there until you're satisfied with the results. Redesign the thing, do some testing, and improve your skill. All right, guys, hopefully you've learned something, and I will see you in another video.